Good morning. It is a good morning out there, except for all those folks who had to wrestle with traffic on the interstate. So a couple of our colleagues will be joining us just a little bit late. We'll have the roll call.
Supervisor Lind?
Present.
Supervisor Anderson? Chair Long?
Present.
Supervisor Leaf?
Present.
Supervisor Cook?
Present.
Supervisor Adams?
Present.
Supervisor Burning? Supervisor Attino?
Present.
Vice Chair Fiedler?
Present.
Supervisor Osnes? Present. Supervisor Counter?
Present.
Supervisor Hanson?
Here.
Supervisor Shirley?
Present.
Supervisor Telejohn?
Present.
Supervisor Carlson?
Present.
Supervisor Barkalow? Supervisor Swanepoel?
Present.
Supervisor Van Summeren?
Present.
Supervisor Ramberg?
Present.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. We have a motion to approve the minutes of our last committee of the whole meeting. So moved by Supervisor Leaf, second by Supervisor Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. They're adopted. Public comment. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to make any comment today? Anybody that'd like to make any comment from the public? Last time, public comment. No public comment. We'll move to our business items. The first item is consideration of the uses of the ARPA dollars for such things as CASA or HVAC construction. Today, you have in front of you letters from, well, at our last board meeting, we decided we needed a little bit more information before we voted on the monies that were suggested for the 2024 budget. So we've asked Sean Kinsella, who's the executive director of CASA, to join us today. And we have letters from Judge Needham, Judge Black, Judge Waterman, and Judge Nordstrand will also join us today as representative of the judiciary to talk about CASA, share any data that they have, statistical data, how the program is going, and entertain questions. So our first individual to speak will be Sean Kinsella from CASA. Sean?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be standing in front of you. I'm not sure if that microphone's on. I've been here before. I've talked about CASA, so let me just talk about kind of what brought us to today, because I think that will accelerate things, and I know you have a long day in front of you. So CASA has actually had a very good year. When I came on board, there was no donor database. That all had to be built up, and then we didn't have anyone to put in the donor database. This year we've added 105 independent donors. We have 5 corporate sponsors, excuse me. We have begun that process of reaching out to grants. And grants are a little bit tougher than actually getting individual donors. That's really much more of a dating process. You have to introduce yourself. You have to get a signal that they're receptive to what your organization does. And then you have to submit. And then you usually get a small amount that first time. So our goal now is to start to build those donors, those foundations, into a more sustainable foundation that would support us. It's really hard to create stability when you're getting maybe $1,500 or $5,000. Really, we want to start going after the bigger foundations, like Otto Bremer would be one of them, which would create that sustainability for us. So, in short, we still find ourselves short on funds, still doing the scramble and the dance, but I want you to know that I think we're really heading in the right direction. It's now about establishing those relationships. It's also now about getting out into the business community. I'd love to grow our business donations significantly this coming year. The money that we would get would help to go to really jumpstart us. As opposed to raising funds so that I can get a consultant so that we can go do something. This would actually open that door. We have plans to bring in a grant writing specialist so that we can now start pursuing federal grants, which are very labor intensive, if you've ever pursued a federal grant. Also, some marketing consultation. My background is not in marketing. My marketing looks like clip art, and I think we really want to go and do something that'll be much more meaningful than than what I would do if I were left with clip art. So the money will go there. And then the final thing is we're growing our program. So one of the things that we struggled with this year was right-sizing the organization. There is a critical mass of volunteers that you can have that I could supervise before everything else started to crumble. And so we've actually hired a volunteer coordinator and a part-time 20 hours a week. The ideal, what I believe we can grow CASA to in this market is 2 FTE coordinators, and whether that's 2 full-time equivalents or 4 part-time volunteer coordinators, that is to be determined over time and kind of what the market will support as far as employment goes for that as well, because finding qualified individuals to work within child protection is difficult. It is a niche area of the law. A lot of people don't have that experience, and so finding people that can actually step in and start running with that is difficult. Otherwise, it just requires a lot of training. So as you look at the budget, you'll see that we believe that over the next few years, we will get to, very quickly, we're at the point of hiring another part-time coordinator. Right now, we're waiting on it for funds, which kind of means that we're also struggling with taking on more children's caseloads because we're at that saturation point. So our goal is to hire first quarter next year and bring someone on, and then hire again the following year, and then the following year, continue to grow that program. We will end up with 75 volunteers, or be able to serve 75 children, excuse me, I'm sorry, I stated that wrong, at the end of this. On average, CASA has between, I would say, probably 80 to 120 children in out-of-home placement, somewhere we bounce around. That would allow us to provide services to the majority of those children. So, any questions?
Supervisor Osnes.
Could you explain to the board a little bit about what those volunteers actually do and how, once they get into the homes and that whole thing, so we've all got an idea of exactly what those folks do? Thank you.
Absolutely. What we do is we recruit adult volunteers, and we ask them to donate 2 hours a week, and we ask them to go and visit the child or work with the child's surrounding circle of support. So that could be teachers, parents, aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers, older sisters, siblings, and get to know everybody and bring that information back to the judges in a court report, and then also answer questions. That court report is distributed to everybody in the e-file system, so it is filed, and the goal is to give a picture of what's really happening to the child when they're in placement, so that the judges can make a fully informed decision. And I have George Nordstrom here today, who I think will be able to talk specifically about that. And we asked them to donate to stay with the child for a year, no matter where that child goes. And we've been very, very lucky in our volunteers. We just have, I think St. Croix County just has an amazing group of adults who really care about the children and the welfare of children.
Supervisor Lee.
Can you talk about the training that the volunteers go through? Because I think that's another piece of why you can only grow so much in your current situation without another coordinator.
Yeah, so the training is extensive. We're basically training the volunteers to become interviewers. So they have to learn interviewing skills both for adults and for children. And then we also need to train the volunteers on how the court system works. And they go and observe. The training, the book for the training is a 4-inch binder. It's about $54 per person. And it takes on, they get credit for 30 hours of training, but it really probably takes, depending on if it's in person or if they're doing some virtual reading, it takes a month to 2 months to do the training. We do work with them on how to write reports and also to just understand the child protection system, because again, it is a niche system. It's not something that the vast majority of us encounter on a daily basis. So it is a very labor-intensive process. And then once they're up and running, we supervise them. So I have a volunteer coordinator that reads through all their case notes and gives them feedback on what's going on, and also asks questions. Hey, I saw your case notes. It looks great. Have you ever thought about talking about this? So there's also that supervision piece that's built in. And what we found, so National CASA would say a full-time supervisor can have 30 volunteers. I know that that's way too much. What we've found from the other CASAs out there is they're around 23 to 25 for a full-time position. So for a part-time position, just half that. And we're already over that. We have 20 volunteers right now, and we have 5 that are in training, so.
If there are no further questions for Sean, I'll call on Judge Nordstrom, who's representing the judiciary. And I'll just point out that our last Public Protection and Judiciary Committee meeting, Chief Judge Needham spoke to that committee for about 10 minutes, very eloquently about how much he depends upon the CASA volunteers and how much it means to the court system and to the children involved. Judge Nordstrom.
Well, thanks for having me here today to talk to you a little bit about CASA. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, good. So first of all, you have letters from the other 3 judges here in St. Croix County. I'm not going to speak for them, but I will say, obviously, by their letters that they have expressed support for the CASA program based upon their experiences in court, with real kids and real parents and real cases. So it's also not the role of the judges to make policy. You folks are the ones with the purse strings. You folks are the ones who decide what the money gets spent on, and we fully recognize that. So I don't want anything I say here today to be suggestive that I think you ought to spend this money in this way, or the ARPA money, or any other pile of money. You guys have to figure out what you want to spend your money on, but I will tell you what my experience is with CASA. So we have about 20 plus volunteers now who are assigned by a judge, by an order from a judge, upon recommendations, to serve as this court-appointed special advocate. It's a role that's recognized under the statute and has special provisions to do that so that they can appear in closed children's cases and participate. And the way they participate is they meet with children that are in out-of-home placements, okay? So these are children who aren't at home with their parents. They've been taken from the home by order of a judge for various reasons. I will tell you that in my experience, most of the reasons in this county have to do with drug and alcohol abuse and issues surrounding that. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say 60–70% would be what is the factor. And you've got stories of 2-year-olds walking around the living room and meth on the coffee table, and children that test positive on hair follicle tests for methamphetamine in their system, etc. So that's the focus of the trouble. But so we assign CASA volunteers to these particular children, and what they do is they meet with the child for an hour a week in their placement, or perhaps some other places if that's appropriate. But they go home and they talk to them, and they get to be friends with them, and they find out about what their life is like in that placement, and they also learn about what it was like when they were with their parents too. And that information is brought back to the court prior to having a hearing with a case involving a CASA volunteer. We get a report. And I can tell you the judges are unanimous on this point, and that is the reports are very helpful to us because it provides context that, that the Department of Child Protection simply can't provide because of their staffing needs and the time and the number of cases that each one of their workers is charged with. And so it's just not possible for them to spend this kind of time with the child and come back with this information. There have been a lot of cases where through no fault of the child protection worker, but simply where I get information that I would not have gotten otherwise. That's been very critical in decision making in child protection cases. And so that's one aspect of this. So it's very helpful. But here's another aspect of it, and now I'm going to, just for a moment, pretend I was sitting back in my District 2 seat for a moment. because some of you may not be aware, I once was a county board supervisor. Sitting over there, Mr. Anderson is my representative now. And there are costs to this system that need to be looked at globally, okay? If we've got an out-of-home placement and we have to get foster care, the county has to pay for that, okay? That's a cost. If we don't get that child back into placement with their parents in a reasonable period of time, we have other options we have to go through. That could include termination of parental rights and ultimately adoption, and there's an enormous process involved with that. Lots of lawyers, lots of hearings, and it's also a bad outcome. That's obviously not what we're looking for. We're looking for reunification as our goal, with kids back with parents. So if you look at those costs, foster care costs, if you look at the cost of the guardian ad litem who has to attend every hearing, and all these things are paid for by the county too. So I just want, to be, and I haven't added it all up. I don't know what your budget is for all these things, but I just want you to be aware that there's different parts to this puzzle. So time is money in the system, and also time is trauma. I think that, we hear it all the time about how traumatic it is for children to be taken from their parents and to be in, a lot of times it's with grandma or an aunt, and that's great, but still that is not mom and dad. And so we're trying to get back to that goal, and the quicker we can do that, and the more information we have, and the more ability we have to use the work that CASA volunteers provide, and the social workers, and everybody else in the system, our guardian ad litem as well, to use them to get them back into the home. So I think what I'd leave you with is, in a lot of these cases, if you look at the passage of time, there's a worker from the Department of Health and Human Services who makes some decision-making early on in a case, intake workers, and then when the case has gone to disposition, then an ongoing worker is assigned. And the reality of the comings and goings of social workers here in the county, because of the challenges they have in hiring, is we often have cases where there's changes in personnel. This one CASA worker could be the only continuous contact for that child over the course of that case, that they interact with, because frankly, a lot of the little kids, they don't come to court. So I think it's important to realize that there's a lot of change that goes on, that even with all the best intentions from the department in terms of having a social worker who's able to participate and connect and bring back information, the changes in staffing that they have so many challenges on creates even more change for children. And so I'm open to any questions if you've got any about this, how it actually works. One last thing I'll say, and I've told you this before, I think, and that is when I am on intake, which is where I'm taking in new criminal cases on a 2-week block every 8 weeks, or every 6 weeks, I guess. I'd say half of everybody I see is a meth case. Okay? Half, give or take. So, and that's a reality here in St. Croix County that the county board has to be aware of, because it impacts everything. It impacts our criminal justice system in lots of ways. I know you've committed some money towards additional testing and that kind of thing. That's all important too, in terms of creating accountability and trying to get people to change. I'm the treatment court judge too, and so I see how hard that is. But the reality is, it also has a great impact on kids, as I said when I began. The scourge of meth in our county is turning into a huge child welfare problem, and not turning into, it already is. So I'll leave you with that. Questions?
First Supervisor Burning, and then we'll turn to Supervisor Austin after that.
Thank you for your patience. Thank God for YouTube. I apologize for my tardiness.
Supervisor, if I can interrupt, Sean, if you'd care to join the judge in case there's a question that's directed at you as well, that's fine. Go ahead, Supervisor. Burnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the reason I asked for this to happen, and I believe the spirit of why Supervisor Shirley also asked for this to be separated, wasn't necessarily to look for a pitch as to why CASA is needed. Because I received phone calls over the last, well, since this whole discussion has began, and I appreciate those people that have reached out to me in their support of this program. The crux of what I'm looking for is really, and I think this is what I asked for originally, how did this program come about? What were the origins? What were the promises made as far as like taxpayer commitment? And then how did we get to the point now where we're looking at putting $300,000 of taxpayers' money? And even talking about federal grants. Once again, we're going from what my understanding was, which is something that's going to be kickstarted by the county, privately funded, and now we're going to kickstarted by the county, funded by the county, whether or not it's through ARPA dollars, federal dollars, sales tax dollars, it doesn't matter. It's taxpayers' dollars. And then now we're looking at federal grants too. So I want to know, where did this start? What was it supposed to be? And then what's the commitment to get off of county funding this? That was really the crux of what I'm looking for, not necessarily if the program's good or bad. I agree with you. Those issues that you guys are facing from a child protection standpoint and drugs, it's awful. And so I think there's even more things we can do on the other side of that to start nipping that part. But if you can go back to my question, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I just want to couch this first by saying I wasn't here at the beginning, so I have bits and pieces of the information. I came on at the very end of June of last year, so I've literally been here a little over a year. CASA ran into a major problem when the previous executive director walked off the job and took the keys. The entire organization had to be built up from bare bones. The only thing that was operational was payroll. Every single other aspect of an organization or a corporation, when you think about, was completely missing, locked down, gone, and the entire organization had to be rebuilt, which cost quite a bit of money. So we'd wasted time with the previous executive director, then we also had to do that. During that void, no one was chasing grants. When I came on board, I had to hit the ground running, and when you're in a situation like that, it's piecemeal. You try and get pieces up and running, but you're also not really capturing everything that you could if you were walking into a smoothly running organization. Second thing that I think happened is during the formation, people underestimated the grant process. A lot of grantors do not want to give to a brand new nonprofit. They want to see that you have proof of concept and that you are sustainable for 2-3 years before they're willing to do that. We've reached that point, and we believe now that we're going to be more successful in chasing down the larger grants that will help sustain this. The other piece that I'm not 100% sure on would be how much money was actually put into opening up a business. As you know, any business, if any of you have opened up a business, and you have to have a lot of capital to do that. It takes a lot of work to get that up and running. And I believe, because I took over and we had very little cash in the bank, is that there wasn't the right amount of funding there to be sustainable. But I took that on and I ran with it, and I believe that we're in the right direction. I believe this money will really help us clear some hurdles.
John,
to your point also on government funding, real quick, I do want to talk about that. CASAs around the nation have been funded by VOCA, the Violence, it's a Violence Against Children Act. That was defunded by the Biden administration. So everyone is looking at a 41% cut in funding from that, which will drastically impact us too. And that kind of, we were waiting for that cycle to open up, and now we just heard a week ago that it'll be very hard to secure that funding.
I said I'd call on Supervisor Osnes and Supervisor Hanson, but before I do that, just very quickly, I think Supervisor Burning did raise a good point, that what was the background? I was here then, and I'm going to call on the administrator to give more detail in just a second. But the idea was we would give you seed money, and then you'd raise money, and you'd be self-sufficient. That's the general answer. And so you've just had an explanation as to why that's been very difficult. Through no fault of their own, several folks missed the opening statement of Mr. Kinsella, in which he talked about it. They're having raised over 100 donors, individuals, many, 5 corporate donors, and they're actively pursuing grants, and they hope to have a full-time grant writer. So that's just a little more information on what they're trying to do. I know our hope is that this seed money gets them through the next calendar year, so that by the end of that year, they are fully able to fund themselves on their own, because they will have been able to dedicate a lot of time and effort to the fundraising, which they've already done, but we'll see the results of it next year. So I'll call on the administrator, then we'll get back to Supervisor Osnes and Hanson. Mr. Witt.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Fiedler. So when CASA was originally proposed, St. Croix County allocated $50,000 of contingency funds as seed money to get the organization started, to create the organization and whatnot. They had originally looked at partnering with the Barron County CASA program, and then ended up deciding to go on their own and start from scratch. Last year, CASA came back and says, we're not quite hitting our fundraising. We really need some additional assistance. And so we budgeted about $41,000 in the 2023 budget, which came from fund balance or taxpayer levy support. And they said, well, we might have to come back again next year. So this was actually a strategic idea on my part to circumvent that request for local taxpayer levy funds and use some of the federal grant dollars that we have available. And I came in basically at a 1.5 years worth of funding because I wanted to come in strong and make sure that they never have to come back to St. Croix County for tax levy support. And so that's what the history has been, and that was the reasoning of why we're doing it.
And if I just may, I appreciate that. I understand that. I'm just looking at this from the point of view of setting a precedent for these types of things to happen more often, or to continue to happen, without at least pushing back and going, what's going on here? Like, I agree that the program is good. There are obvious underlying issues that we need to get taken care of, so that folks like you, no offense, don't have to exist. That would be the ideal world, right? But anyway, that's I understand that. But yes, anyway, thank you.
Supervisor Osnes.
Thank you. Question for Judge Nordstead, if you don't mind. And as you mentioned that the children that are taken out of the home, are any of those folks placed outside the county that we're aware of? And if so, how does that work with our volunteers and the system that way?
Generally not. There can be circumstances, and the department can probably speak to that, but there can be special needs where there's services that are needed for a particular child that we don't have an available foster family or placement where they can get help. And now we're talking, I'm thinking in broader terms because we also have juvenile delinquency cases as well that fall into this category of where the services we provide to juveniles, and that's probably more common. But an out-of-placement home, we try to do it in the county. Occasionally we have issues where we've got to deal with placement in Minnesota because that's where grandma lives. And we want the kids to be with grandma while the parents are working out their issues. And that's a whole nother thing. There's an interstate compact process we have to go through to place kids in another state, and it's complicated. But to say there certainly are folks that are placed out of the county on occasion, but that's not the norm.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to frame this as a conversation of values rather than a conversation of dollars. I think Judge Needham wrote the most beautiful and succinct line here. He said, "The value and success of the program can be measured in keeping kids safe and reuniting them with their family. And to tag on Judge Nordstrand's words with that is that time is trauma and that CASA volunteers get them back to their home. Now, when you add that with the concern for money, when we get them back to their home quicker, we're saving money. And I'm sure if you could put that into a spreadsheet, you'd find that there is a balance there and that we would be finding a savings and perhaps enough of a savings that it would justify the program. However, I choose not to look at this in terms of savings when we're considering that the measure of success is in sparing children trauma. We chose as a county board to help start this program, and when the program didn't find the funding that it was hoping to, I think that we need to measure this in terms of our own values, our human values, my Christian values, I can't speak for anybody else, is to look at these children and choose to help them. So if the money's there, and the money is there, I choose to support the program. And at this point, I just would like to hope that you do too. Thank you.
Supervisor Long.
I just want to do a quick clarification. I'm guessing everybody in the room doesn't question the value of this program, but I want to clarify that by reallocating these ARPA dollars for possibly 23 and 24, that does not represent a financial commitment by the county for ongoing support of the program. We're only talking about kickstarting that program to make sure that it can continue to be successful in the short term, and in the long term, it would not be supported by the county, but rather by private funding. So I just want to make that clarification that we're not committing, the county is not committing to continuing to support the program on an ongoing basis.
I see no other supervisors seeking recognition. I think we can go to the action item on this, and I'll entertain a motion as to how to handle the Supervisor Shirley.
If I could just make a quick comment before we get there. I guess my issue with this, and part of this was brought up by other supervisors too, is the precedent that we're setting for other nonprofits. Granted, this one feeds into the program that we have. I understand all of that. Like we've all said, the program is fantastic. But when we look at going from 50,000 that was allocated to now 100,000 next year, 200,000 the year after that, we're asking the taxpayers to pay 52% of their expenses next year and 81% of their expenses the year after that. And I think that's a little much to be asking our taxpayers that to fund a program that's a nonprofit that we don't have. It's not a department inside the government to have a really real government accountability on. So that's my concern.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Leaf.
So this is ARPA dollars, federal dollars that we would otherwise have to give back, correct?
Yeah, so the direct funding is coming from ARPA dollars. I think Supervisor Shirley would argue the point, though, that any dollars...
Agree, it's taxpayer dollars,
well,
correct?
it could be used somewhere else that offset another
Right.
instance of tax. So
But I think this-
it's fair that it's a allocation of the county's resources and a prioritization by the county board.
Correct. So the fact that this is a one-time, we've discussed that this wouldn't be a financial commitment going forward, but it would be the one-time funding that this might get them off to a good start. So I think it's good use of the dollars.
Supervisor Carlson.
You mentioned it was mentioned the heavy caseload of our child protection workers and our social workers. Does having CASA help alleviate some of their work? I'm unsure how close they work together or at all, but is there some savings there for the county by having CASA take over some of the work that the child protection or the social workers might have to do?
Please identify yourself for everybody.
Michelle Lesha, Children's Services Administrator. So in regards to the work being done with the ongoing workers, their requirements remain the same. What I will tell you that CASA does for them is gives an extra set of eyes on the kids that are being placed in the home or that the CASA advocate is representing. The standards that the workers have for a kid in out-of-home care, they really only have to, per the state, see that kid one time per month. That's the ongoing worker requirement. So it provides that extra set of eyes. All the paperwork and all of that does not stop for the ongoing worker, if that helps.
Supervisor Anderson.
I guess I want to relate to the concern or address the concern that this could be used for other nonprofits. This is kind of the rare case where we can do something like this for a non-government entity, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, the ARPA dollars have limited uses, and I can see the write-up on this, how it'll qualify for special population groups, which maybe would apply to a lot of different nonprofits. But these dollars are federal dollars that we have that have to be used by the end of 2024. It's not normal that we would typically have something like this available.
Seeing no other Supervisor Osnes. I apologize, Ray.
Can you tell us, Administrator Witt, please, what's the balance of the ARPA money left that we have to spend between here and 2024? Because as it turns out, it's all tax dollars. And I'm curious what is that balance?
Yep. I was actually working on the quarterly report yesterday. So of the $17,684,000 that we got, we have spent about $12.5 million. So there's just over $5 million left. Now, most of that is allocated, including probably about $2.75 million for broadband grants that have not been paid out yet. So of the amount that's unallocated, we're probably in the $200,000 to $400,000 range. But as some of those projects close out, they may come in under budget and that amount could grow.
Okay, seeing no other supervisor seeking recognition, again, that we're dealing now with simply, you guys are surprising me. Yeah. Supervisor Van Summeren.
You have to look this way once in a while. I agree with what everybody said about how good this program is. My question is, why are we stretching out 2 years in this, 24 and 25? Perhaps we should consider only the $100,000 for 2024, and once again review at the end of 2024 and see where they are at, if they've had another catastrophic change in their leadership, and how it's going. If there's something else that has come along, I can't help but to think there are probably other programs similar to this that are working other places too, that there may be a different one that will come popping up too. So I guess my suggestion would be, let's look at 1 year at a time instead of 2. Thank you.
The administrator can jump in, but as I understand it, based on our actions at the board meeting last time, we're only, and what the administrator circulated for our 2024 budget, what we're really considering is simply accepting his recommendation for $200,000 allocation for 2024 to CASA. They don't have to expend it in that year, but they have to be allocated in that year. Is that correct, Mr. Administrator?
That's correct.
Okay. So if...
Just a quick question, Mr. Vice Chair. Does this have to go back to public protection, Ken, and come back as a resolution that we have to approve?
Okay. I'll answer that. No, it does not. Okay, we're going to, if anybody else has any questions, we'll entertain them, but if not, I'll entertain a motion from Supervisor Chairman Long to address this issue.
I'd like to make a motion that the $200,000 of money received from ARPA now in the...
Point of order. I'm sorry, can we have motions and votes in the committee of the whole?
Yes, we can. No, we can vote on it. I think it's a committee. We're making a recommendation. This will be voted on in November when we take up the budget. So we're making
a recommendation to yourself.
To yourself.
Oh, stop. That's okay. All right. Thank you.
Chairman Long.
Recommendation to ourselves. Okay, so the motion is that the 200,000 of money received from ARPA that is now in the 2024 recommended budget to support the CASA program be accepted, and that the utilization of the additional 100,000 originally designated for CASA be referred back to the administration committee for their consideration and report back to the board in the November meeting.
Is there a second? Second, Supervisor. Discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm wondering, since if we're in a motion, are we still able to talk freely and not, like the rules are still kind of suspended on that, right?
Within reason, but we do have rules that we try to follow to limit extended debate and repeated comments from any one supervisor, but please share your thoughts.
Yeah, totally. So I think I could support this as long as we're tracking and having Sean come back at least quarterly over 2024, reporting back to this board what the progress is on fundraising, what the progress is on that database, and how they're coming along. Because when you put money out like this, the incentive to go out and fundraise isn't as urgent. So I think, and I want to know what the thought is on the board, having some sort of amendment to this, or if you want to redo your motion, are you guys open to something like this?
Supervisor Bernie,
as a stipulation?
You couldn't see this, but Executive Director Kinsella was nodding his head when you made that recommendation, so I think we can take as a firm recommendation the acceptance by the board that he will report to us every quarterly in writing or in person as to the progress during 2024 and the expenditure of this money and the progression toward getting grants. Is that correct, Executive Director Kinsella? Okay, so I think does that accomplish your goal? I mean, we've committed to do it.
For the most part, but yes, I'll be pragmatic on it.
Okay. Supervisor Hanson.
I'm wondering if we should, in that spirit, work out two things. This is kind of a two-part comment. Work out a donation policy. This is probably a request for agenda items, but then also we should consider it a grant and have a grant policy. We should have a grant, terms of the grant. We're going to ask them to raise a certain amount of money and then hold them to it over a period of time and have performance, ask them to have performance guidelines that we will have on that quarterly basis, realistic performance guidelines that the committee would then oversee. And I think that's reasonable, and we could put that into the resolution that we have coming back to the county board.
So if I can add to what Supervisor Hanson said, that actually was also on the tip of my tongue, but I thought I was being kind of in the spirit of wanting to get this through to get these guys what they need. So thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's very fair.
Supervisor Hanson.
Forgive me, I'm doing exactly what I said I didn't like to see, but this is going with the spirit of this thing. I would ask that we work with the judges in developing this, because this is something that we're doing per their request, and I would like to have it conform to their needs.
Okay, to try to resolve this, if we can just hold, if your comment related to this, as chair of the PPJ committee, I'll commit to doing what Supervisor Hanson did with the members of that committee. We'll be happy to work with the judges and with the administrator and any supervisor who would like to be engaged in that process, and we'll try to accomplish exactly what was described by Supervisor Bernie and Supervisor Hanson. Does that take care of your question, Supervisor Shirley? No. Supervisor Shirley.
So I just wanted to clarify the motion, because the budget that was given to us by CASA says that in 2024 they're going to receive $100,000 from us and $200,000 in 2025, which I think is a year behind what we were talking about before. So I wanted to clarify: is the motion for $100,000 or for $200,000?
So Administrator Witt.
Yeah, the motion is for $200,000 in our 2024 budget. So we would pay that to them in 2024. I realize on their spreadsheet they're recognizing it in 2025, but they may be just, their own personal budgeting reasons. And it's $100,000 reallocated back to the administration committee to further consider. If I could just address Supervisor Hansen's request about a policy for donation. St. Croix County, no county in Wisconsin, is allowed to donate money to a nonprofit organization. So there's actually case law that forbids us from doing that. So this is not a donation. This is a purchase of services because it helps our court system. And so what we're doing is we're purchasing services from CASA through this. So I just want to clarify, you don't need to write a donation policy because it says don't do it.
Okay, Supervisor Shirley.
Just a quick-
Again, we don't want to cut anybody off, but we do want to be very cognizant of time, and we have a lot of things ahead of us. So Supervisor Shirley.
Right. Just a quick follow-up to that. I'm fully in support of doing it the opposite way of what the motion is. I'd like to see 100,000 go for 2024 and 200,000 reallocated back so we can see how this process works, what they really need. That would follow what they're actually asking for in their side of things. And then we see next year how that flows. That to me makes more sense than throwing 200,000 right now.
The money has
Okay.
to be spent by the end of 2024. Yeah, you know.
I don't want to be picky, but that wasn't an amendment. That was a suggestion that the supervisor had. So if there's no further debate, I'm going to suggest we go Supervisor.
Yes, let me have a clarification, please, because I already wrote a note here that if I was supporting 100 and then $200,000, I already wrote, I'm not supporting that. I put no. I will support the 1 year at $100,000. Is that what's on the table?
No.
Thank you.
No. The current motion that's on the table confirms the $200,000 that's in the budget, and we'll get to that in a couple hours from now. But there's $200,000 currently in the 2024 budget. So the motion is saying we're good with the 200,000. It's going back to committee for the other 100,000, which would require a 2/3 vote of the county board to change the 2023 budget to allocate that 100,000.
If that's clear for everybody and seeing nobody seeking recognition, Supervisor Shirley.
I would like to make an amendment to change that to 100,000 for the 2024.
You can amend it. It doesn't completely address the issue, but I think we get the gist of what it is. Any debate on the amendment? I think it's pretty clear. We're just changing the 200 to 100. Is there anything anybody else wants to add? Supervisor Rambert.
Point of clarification, isn't the 200 out there so we're required to spend it by the, what Administrator Witt had said?
Yes.
Yep. So, well, we don't have to spend it. We can give it back to the federal government, but I don't plan to do that. So if we don't spend all of it for this use, I will come forward with other uses until we get it all spent.
Okay, seeing no other discussion on the amendment, if Supervisor Shirley would care to rephrase it for the group?
We will allocate $100,000 for the 2024 budget and send the 200,000 back to committee for reconsideration.
Okay, seeing no further debate on that. We'll have to have a roll call vote on that. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Lind?
Yes.
Supervisor Anderson?
Yep.
Chair Long?
No.
Supervisor Leaf?
No.
Supervisor Cook?
No.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
Supervisor Burning?
Yes.
Supervisor Attino?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fiedler? No. Supervisor Osnes? No. Supervisor Counter?
Oh.
Supervisor Hansen?
No.
Supervisor Shirley?
Yes.
Supervisor Telejohn?
No.
Supervisor Carlson?
No.
Supervisor Barkalow,
Yes.
Supervisor Swanepoel,
No.
Supervisor Van Summeren,
Yes.
Supervisor Ramberg.
No.
Twelve. Yes.
Okay, the amendment fails on a vote of 12-7. Now we'll have any further discussion on the main motion. If not, we'll go to a vote on the main motion. Supervisor Bernie.
Motion, so is this a budget amendment and does this require 2/3?
This is not a budget amendment. This
Okay.
is part of the 2024 budget. Adoption of the budget is a majority vote.
Got it. Okay.
So we'll now go to a vote on the motion by Supervisor Long. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. We'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lind,
No.
Supervisor Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Long,
Yes.
Supervisor Leaf,
Yes.
Supervisor Cook,
Yes.
Supervisor Adams,
Yes.
Supervisor Burning,
Yes.
Supervisor Atino,
Yes.
Vice Chair Fiedler,
Yes.
Supervisor Osnes, Supervisor Counter,
Yes.
Supervisor Hanson,
Yes.
Supervisor Shirley,
No.
Supervisor Telejohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Carlson,
Yes.
Supervisor Barkalow,
No.
Supervisor Swanepoel,
Yes.
Supervisor Van Summeren,
Yes.
Supervisor Ramberg.
Yes.
16-3.
The motion's adopted, 16-3. Thank you, everybody, for a very thoughtful discussion on everybody's part on that issue, and we look forward to working with Mr. Kinsella and the judges on what Supervisor Hanson suggested and Supervisor Bernie suggested. Okay, the next item of business is consideration of sales tax revenue policy for the coming year. This is a very, very important issue. I know that several people have an interest in it. I know Supervisor Burning may care to address the issue, or he may not. If anybody wants to address the issue, please raise your hand. If not, we'll proceed. Okay, we're just bringing the second item on the agenda before us, and because there had been some expression of interest at the last board meeting that we talk about how we handle our sales tax budgeting policy. I'm not aware of any formal amendments or motions that are prepared to be made, but if anybody wants to discuss it or make a motion, it's now on the floor. I'm sorry, we have Supervisor Witt.
Yep.
Can give us some background on it.
Yep. So I've been
I'm sorry, Minister.
very open with the strategery that we use in budgeting for sales tax. Yeah. Bush made that word up. I use it often. So the sales tax is variable. We don't know how much is going to come. The state gives us an estimate, and I always budget roughly $1 million below what we had the prior year. You know, and I do that for a specific reason. Really, there's two specific reasons. One is it recession-proofs the county. So if we budgeted at the full amount of sales tax and we had a recession and the sales tax actually dips and the state was wrong, then we'd be looking at cutting programs or services, you know, to stay within our financial resources. So that gives us a recession-proof factor there. And the second reason is I really do want to finish in the black every single year. I never want to be in the red because we use those funds that are in excess of our fund balance policy to reallocate mostly to the KIP so that we can fund ongoing construction projects and maintain the county and avoid borrowing. Avoiding borrowing is the best benefit for the taxpayer in the long run because we don't have bond issuance costs and we don't have interest expenses. So that saves the taxpayer money. So anytime I can reallocate cash to do that, that's beneficial. It's completely a policy decision, though, that we do that. It's up for you guys to decide. But those are the reasons why we currently budget sales tax the way that we do.
Is there any further discussion on that issue? Yes. Supervisor Bernie.
Okay, so the reason I brought this up is because we have major needs in law enforcement, and we put forth a major social media and marketing campaign a year and a half ago touting the fact that we have a severe lack of backup for our law enforcement. This county is growing, and with that, sales tax grows. We under budget for sales tax by $1 million on the estimated side. But I do believe, and I didn't bring my notes with me, that we actually perform even better than what we underestimate. Is that correct? Yeah, for the most part, right? Over the last decade, it's been mostly an overachieve. I think this board, and we should, as a county board, seriously consider looking at that $1 million that we under budget and at least taking 50% of it and committing to law enforcement and giving them even more backup than what we're even talking about in this budget cycle. And I voted for the CASA program because I wanted to save my digging my heels in for this particular issue. I think it's very important that we look at this and that we strongly consider changing the policy on that and putting our feet to the fire on having to borrow for other projects so that we can get law enforcement what they need, so that we can tackle this drug epidemic that's happening in our county so that kids are protected and the bad guys are going to jail and not able to harm parents and therefore the children. All that stuff ties in. I want to hear feedback from you guys. I mean, this is a committee of the whole. This is open discussion. This is an idea I have, but I want to hear from 18 other people, not just myself.
Supervisor Long.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are going to argue the need for our law enforcement. Absolutely, we need to continue focusing on that, and I totally agree with that. I'm not sure this is the right place for it. I know that a lot of us in this room are fairly fiscally conservative, and this policy is basically a very fiscally conservative policy. It protects us year by year in case there's any kind of a recession. I'd be a little concerned that if we're allocating some of these estimated dollars towards staffing, that there is a possibility if we have a downturn that we could be potentially creating structural deficits, which is always a concern. So I don't question the need for a continued focus on law enforcement. I just don't think this is the right place. I think this is really a good, prudent, fiscally conservative policy that we really need to be continuing.
I'll turn to Supervisor Carlson and Supervisor Shirley in that order.
Yeah, my question is, you told us the thinking behind the way you do it, but I do not know what the alternatives are.
Yeah, the alternative, you can estimate any amount of sales tax that you want. So sales tax is a line item in the budget, and you can tell me to change that. And so whenever we make any changes in the budget, there's two sides to that transactions, both the debit and the credit, the revenue or the expense. So if you're going to increase the revenue, I'm going to ask you, well, where would you like that money to be spent then? And so that, I believe, is what Supervisor Burning is suggesting, is that we could allocate that for additional expense side of law enforcement, and the revenue side would be increased sales tax estimate.
A follow-up. So you said if we have extra money, you put it in the KIP. Could we allocate it, instead of putting it in the KIP, put it towards law enforcement instead?
Yep, so you did. So I don't allocate it. The county board allocates all funds. I don't get to spend any of it. I just follow your direction. And the 294-page document is the direction for next year. So every year, as soon as the audit's done, we look at our fund balance policy, and I come back and I say, this is how much money is left over. And so this past year, we had $1.7 million left over of excess fund balance. So the KIP was fairly healthy, so we didn't transfer any into the KIP this year because we had transferred a bunch of our lost revenue ARPA dollars into the KIP. So that was okay. We did transfer $900,000 into the debt service fund so that we can bring down the tax levy on our debt service. and provide taxpayer relief. So that's one of the other uses for our fund balance. And last year, the county board did allocate fund balance so we could get an early start on hiring 4 deputies and 1 investigator in 2023, and then they are included in the 2024 budget as part of the normal process. So yes, absolutely, you can, and you have in the past, used fund balance dollars to do that.
Okay, just to address some concerns that were brought up there by multiple people. Our sales tax estimate, last year you said was 1.8. I want to say the year before that was encroaching on 2 million, if I remember correctly.
Sales tax, or what are you asking?
The overage that we changed into funds.
So fund balance is all of the general fund items combined. It's not just related to sales
But I mean,
tax.
just the moving of the
Yeah.
excess sales tax the year before that, I think, was more than this last year.
Correct, it was. Yeah, it's
Right.
actually on a slightly downward trend. If you had gone back 3 years, it was about 3 million. 2 years ago, it was about 2.3 million, and last year, last year, it was 1.7 million.
Correct. So I'm not seeing a big red flag saying that if we were to allocate an extra 500,000 or whatever that number is, more than what our estimated tax dollars is to law enforcement, that we're going to create a structural deficit. We always come back more than $500,000. We have a fund balance at 41%. Even if there was a huge downturn in the economy and our sales tax dips below even what the state's projections are, we have the funds there of $500,000 at a minimum to cover that for the year if something were drastically to happen. So I just don't see the need to raise the red flag on structural deficits when the funds are there. We've asked the taxpayers already for additional funds for law enforcement and have failed. We've asked, now we're asking in this budget for the taxpayers to fund an additional $2 million worth of spending. And on top of that, we're going to leave in place our sales tax estimate that, in essence, at the end of the day, creates an overtax of our citizens one way or another. And we just need to find a balance, I think, in that. And law enforcement is a perfect place to do that.
Supervisor Hanson.
Right now would be a good time to consider redoing the referendum. I campaigned hard for that referendum because I was committed to it. I got some pushback from citizens in my community, and it became a little uncomfortable, but it was a new idea. And I would like to know, or I'm just curious, I guess I don't want anybody to actually speak out on it, but I'm just wondering, perhaps maybe not everybody was out there pushing for the referendum. I think if it's something that you believed in, you'd be campaigning for it, even if it's uncomfortable. Maybe we should do the referendum again, and we should go out and campaign if it's something that you believe in. Sometimes things take a second or maybe even a third try to do. If we're going to do a referendum, we're going to use that as a funding source, then we should try that. I don't think we should be eating our seed corn for any particular department. Law enforcement is extraordinarily important, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job funding it, but it is one department of the entire county government. We're funding the capital improvement program as a way of keeping what we have whole. When I was elected 9 3/4 years ago, much of the infrastructure of St. Croix County had been run down for a long time. And we've done a pretty good job over the last 10 years from the leadership from Patrick Thompson and now Ken Witt, building things up and repairing things, buildings, parking lots, the parking lot out here, you could lose a Volkswagen in. It's important and conservative to take care of what you have, and that's what capital improvement is all about. And I believe we do need to provide for law enforcement, and we need to increase what we have and take care of the officers, the sheriff's deputies, and provide for the mental health care. But I also think that the way to do that is to involve the citizenry and get their commitment. And we should do that through the referendum process. So we should talk about that as a policy. We should talk about that, and like I said, not eat our seed corn. So think about that. Let's add that to the conversation.
Just a reminder also that at our last board meeting, in the administrator's goals for the coming year was to develop a public safety plan. So I know he's working hard on that now. We talked with him a little bit about that at our last Public Protection and Judiciary Committee meeting. And so I'm sure that he would be taking all this into consideration as he develops that plan together with probably the PPJ and other entities of the county. Just a reminder, we did add 4 patrol officers and an investigator last year out of fund balance. To get to Supervisor Hansen's comment about a referendum, $750,000 would fund 4 more patrol officers and an investigator if we were to go that route. So it's a substantially smaller amount than we did last time in the referendum, which was very complicated and involved many different positions that may have confused the voters with, clerks of court and that sort of thing. So I think we're wide open to, of course, assisting our law enforcement officers and the sheriff. I'll also just point out that at the PPJ, I think the sheriff is doing a wonderful job, and he's aware of all the different needs of the county, from child protection to other things that indirectly, vitally impact his department. And he has not come to us for additional patrol or investigator urgently to have it done this year. He'd love to have it. We need it. There's no disagreement. That would be great for the county. But it may not be our highest priority, and we have options, and we have other things underway, as I said, with the public safety plan ongoing. I'll leave it at that. Supervisor Anderson and then Supervisor Counter.
Yeah, I'm going to address multiple things here. On a referendum, I think we got told pretty resoundingly that that's not the direction we should go, and I will not support a push towards another referendum. That being said, I also don't like taking half of our, safety net away. But if we were to take enough for two patrol deputies, I could find that making sense. That makes a lot of sense to me, because then you're still $750,000 under the state estimate, which has been under. And then we can still use, like we did this year, a lot of the excess to go towards our debt service and reduce the burden on the taxpayer after we know that money's in. But I think, in my opinion, public safety is the most important thing, and this is going to be an extreme metaphor, I understand that, but I don't care how nice the roads are if I don't want to drive down them.
Supervisor Leaf.
I just had one comment. Of course, law enforcement has tremendous needs. We all realize that. But I also think part of public safety also should include some upstream tactics with HHS, dealing with mental health, dealing with addiction, that would help us stop some of this from happening in the first place, right? So we learned about some of the ideas at our Counties Association conference, where there's some counties that are breaking down the silos a little bit more between HHS and law enforcement and really collaboratively working to try to solve. Now, that's not, a lot of those changes take time and are hard to measure initially, but I think we need to think about public safety with both of those lenses.
Supervisor Van Summeren.
Yeah, I think if we talk to everyone who's on a committee here, they would all say that their committee, like the Transportation Committee, and every committee could use more money. I would suggest that the money that comes in, perhaps a year from now, we would look at how much excess we have and decide if we want to give it to the Highway Department, the HHS, whatever. There's a lot of things coming up in this coming year that are that we don't know what's going to happen. For instance, the economists say that the economy is going to slow down, the spending is going to decrease because now those who owe money on a college loan have to pay it back. So that money's not going to be spent on sales tax. That money's not going to come in that way. The price of gasoline is going up. There's concern people are going to be driving less. The price of autos is going to go up because the UAW wants more money, and so there's going to be less sales tax coming in there. I think Administrator Wood is doing a wise thing by hanging on to that at least the end of the year, and then if there's excess, maybe we can divide it up and put it into different committees. That'd be my suggestion. Thank you.
At this point, we don't have any motions on the floor. We've had good discussion. If we wanted to end the discussion at this point, we would leave the policy in place that we now have without any further resolution or amendment to it. But we do have the full consideration of the 2024 budget coming up as our next item on the agenda.
Are you entertaining a motion?
I would, but we have the full budget coming up, and one could make an amendment or motion at any point in that amendment, particularly when we got to the part dealing with the sheriff. So if there's no further motions on the floor, we'll end up turning to the third item on the agenda. So Supervisor Witt. Short break, come reconvene at 9:50. If people could make their way to their seats, we'll get underway in about 30 seconds. Thank you.
No, you weren't.
Oh, I'm so happy, but that was the last one.
You weren't. Yeah, minimum 2.5 hours from now.
Okay.
Have a seat. If you don't take the seat, it will be.
In just a second, I'm going to call on Administrator Witt to make the presentation on the consideration of the recommended budget, his recommended budget. But I want to be sure that we also thank Ken and all of his staff and all the department heads for their incredible work over the last almost half year as they developed this budget, which has now been carefully gone through at every committee for the various committee portions of it. And we now have opportunity for full discussion, and we encourage thoughtful discussion on it. I have asked Administrator Witt if he could try to hit the highlights on various things. And so we've talked about various dollar amounts he would try to stay above. But that doesn't mean that anybody can't raise any question they want about any item in this budget. So feel free to do that. But I have, if you think Administrator Witt has skipped over a couple things, it's been at my request so that we can handle the big ticket items that really deserve a lot of discussion. Supervisor Witt.
Thank you, Chair Fiedler. I know who I am. So this is a big budget. The chair didn't tell me I had to limit any jokes that I have, so you can count the number of jokes through the meeting. And but big budget. We will go through it really just as quickly as we can. We will cover all 294 pages of it. Chuck and I are going to go through it. And for your benefit, Chuck is new, but when we hired him, I think Chair Long was in that panel. One of the questions we asked him was, just give me 3 words that describe yourself. And his response was, efficient. So we are going to go through this budget as efficiently as we can to get through it. Is that a joke or is that a true story? That's a joke. Okay. That's number 1. Yeah.
So you hired a guy who couldn't count, huh?
That might be even a better one. Sorry, Chuck. All right. So the 2024 budget. Yeah. The budget, we're going to go through it just chronologically here, right down the order. You can see from the table of contents where we're going to get to. So if you're on the later half of that, I'm sorry, it's going to take us a little while to get there. The first part of the budget, the first 4 pages of it, the county administrator's recommended budget, the write-up of it. It's an executive summary. I think everybody learns a little bit differently. Some people really like reading. And so these 4 pages give you the Cliff Note version of the entire budget. If all you read is these 4 pages, you would have a passing knowledge of what is included in the budget. Some people like charts and graphs. We will get through that when we go through the PowerPoint. And I like the line item detail, which is where Chuck and I will spend most of the time showing you every line of the budget and where things are expensed at. So the summary, the first 4 pages there, give you the background. The next section then, starting on page 9 of the budget, is the summary. So this is the line item detail compressed, summarized then. And so it gives you a little bit more of a condensed version of what the line item details are. I'm not going to go over this specifically, although I will reference back to it from time to time. The next page of the budget, page 12 of the budget, is the legal notice, and this is an even more compressed version of the line item detail, really giving you just the highlights, the classification system throughout. We will get through this in some detail in the PowerPoint presentation, where I'll spend most of the time presenting. But it's all good news that we have on here, and we'll go through that in some detail in just a few minutes. The budget notes are another area, though, that gives you a quick reference and really broken down by the 5 standing committees that we have. Everything we do in St. Croix County is really by those 5 standing committees. So the first one, public protection and judiciary, if you look at the first line, it says general property taxes, which is maybe a little bit of a misnomer. It's not all property taxes, it's new revenue sources. We have 4 main revenue sources in the 2024 budget. One of them is property taxes, one of them is sales tax, one of them is additional $753,000 of shared revenue from the state, and the fourth one is a large increase in our expected interest earnings because interest rates are up. So those are the 4 main revenue sources we have coming in. So that first line, when you see $1.49 million increase for public protection judiciary, that is the public safety demands that you guys have been telling me are the priority. When we look at all of the other ones, when we look at that very first line, administration, which is all of the general government, that's $400,000 increase. The next page has transportation. That's the entire highway department. They received $134,000 of new money. If you look at health and human services, which is a huge division of the county, makes up over 30% of the county, they got $409,000. And community development, they received $204,000. So you can see that public protection was a priority in this budget. They received over half of all of the new revenues that came into the budget. So we did try to address as best we could that priority, as well as other priorities that we do have within the county. This is a chart that I threw in that kind of shows where your tax dollar goes. This is the county portion of your tax dollar, and this is the levy portion. So, you know, if you take your whole tax bill and whittle it down really to the county's portion and where those tax dollars are supporting, so 28 cents is going to public safety, about 6 cents is going to the court, 13 cents to general government. Health and Human Services is receiving 15 cents. Libraries is 3 cents. That's an average spread across the county, although that's not exactly how library tax is allocated. Highway is 11 cents, and community development is 5 cents. Debt payment is 19 cents. And you can see we have some large debt issuance over the year. I will spend a little time talking about debt way at the end of the meeting, like 3 hours from now, but we will get there. That wasn't one of the jokes, Supervisor Shirley. That was probably a true statement. All right. So tab 2 of the budget, starting on page 17. This is the authorized positions. So this is important because we do not hire anyone that the county board has not authorized me to hire. This is a list of every position that we have in the county. This is where the changes are. We show that to you. And so you are authorizing these positions with the adoption of this budget. We will go over where the changes are in that when we get into the PowerPoint presentation. Page 23 of the budget, tab 3. This is the wage grid. So the wage grid has a 1% cost of living adjustment on it. Your adoption of the budget is adopting that 1% increase, COLA adjustment for the employees. I will also tell you that there is a step increase within the budget. And so no employee gets an increase in compensation without the county board approving it. But this is where you're approving it. So I just want to be clear with you. These are the amounts, and this is your approval of that. When an employee is hired, we place them at the grade and step that you have approved. That's all approved by the county board or the administration committee if there's a minor adjustment to it. And then we will place them somewhere within that line that's been pre-approved for them based upon their experience, internal comparables, and other things. But nobody changes from that point without the county board's approval. So that's the wage grid. Additional compensation categories. So these are other ways that employees are being paid. This is call-in pay, shift differential, those types of things. And so whenever there's a change to those special types of pay, I want to point those out. I've put those in red on this. It's page 27 of your budget. So we have an on-call pay that's new, $2 for highway. Most of that is going to be picked up by others. Really, if you look at highway overall, 60% is covered either by the state or by our local partners, only 40%. And I believe all of this was going to be probably allocated to state cost, because that's who we're calling in for. It's the interstate. That's who ends up being called in. Under the healthcare campus, This was a change that we had gone over earlier in the year. We had recommended approval of that, so this is an update to that policy of how call-in pay is done at the healthcare campus. The charge nurse, so the nurse that's in charge, an additional $2, very similar to like sergeant's pay or temporary foreman at the highway, different rates of pay when somebody becomes more responsible and in charge. And then under the medical examiner column, the very last line item on there is CT scans. So that CT scanner is new. So this is what we pay whenever that device is used. So whoever does that receives $75. They're paid really piecemeal, not an hourly rate. I wanted to make sure that we highlighted those changes. Page 28 is really just a summary, so you can kind of see the trend of wages and benefit costs of the county over the years. It's an informational item. And then we get into the PowerPoint portion of the budget, which is under tab 4. All right, so what we're going to go over, we're going to go over the process, the schedule, what our priorities were. We'll touch on strategic goals, which I think this budget is addressing. The financial condition of St. Croix County, which is excellent. We'll talk a little bit about debt. I'll get to you just right at the end of this slide. Major changes, revenues and expenses for the county, talk about those staffing changes, what the employee benefits are. Then we'll talk really the big picture, the mill rate impact for the taxpayer, and then any budget forecast that we have for 2025.
Supervisor Bernie.
Thank you. So I just want to go back to page 28.
Yep.
And if you wouldn't mind addressing, we went from 849 W-2s to 873 W-2s from 21 to 22.
Yep.
Can you touch on that briefly?
Yeah, so we have on that authorized FTE, that authorized list with the authorized FTEs, which is right around 650. But that's made up of many individuals, some that work part-time, some that work part of a year. So that's really just employees in transition or more part-time employees. It does fluctuate from year to year. The fact that 2020 and 2021 were both at 849 was an extreme coincidence. Probably more likely to happen than you've won the Powerball last night, but extreme coincidence that those 2 years would be the same. It's different every year. That answer your question? All right, very good. All right, so the budget process, page 31 of the budget. So this is just a flow chart that takes us through it. It's really an almost full year process. There is a lot of time and effort, as Chair Fiedler had mentioned, by a lot of different staff members that go into the preparation of this budget. We review it at many different committees and at the committee of the whole to get your input early in the process and throughout the process. So it's a lot of work by a lot of different people throughout the year. So one of the things that you approved early on, you approved it on May 2nd from our bucket exercise early in the year where we set priorities. So we looked at different priorities of the county. You gave me a list of priorities to address, and where we made it was through priority 10 on this list. So the cutoff was right there between 10 and 11. So anything below 11 was not funded in this budget, and everything above 11, 1 through 10, was funded in this budget. Strategic goals. So the county has our goals, vision, mission statements on the wall behind me. But we are working on promoting these. And as we go through the budget, you'll probably see some instances where we've done this. You know, when we talk about conversations and support for the most vulnerable in our community, CASA was one of the things. We're supporting some of the most vulnerable in our community. Promoting public safety. Public safety was huge in this budget. They received over half of the new money. So they are promoting a public safety environment. Public infrastructure, we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to highway because we are growing so fast and the inflation costs with materials. That's an area that we can continue to talk about. Natural resources, water quality, improvements in our parks. If you look at the maintenance and the upkeep that we're doing in our parks in this budget, I think you'll see that we're meeting that strategic goal. And then with service delivery, We're doing everything we can to make people as aware as possible of that. We've taken many different steps to reach out. So hopefully those efforts are helping. So financial condition of the county. So the equalized value of the county, you can see that upward trend. So about just under $16 billion. So even if you are in Southern California and you won the Powerball last night, you do not have enough money to buy the entire St. Croix County. So all the value in St. Croix County is $16 billion. And that upward trend line you can see the housing recession from 2007, 2008, where it dipped for a couple of years, and now we're continuing on. And then the inset chart is the net new construction. You can see that we've kind of leveled off, and we're very consistent over the past 5 to 10 years, which has placed us right at the top. We've been in the top 5 for net new construction pretty much every year. So very fortunate financially in St. Croix County. Not every county has a chart that looks as good as this. If you look at our population continues to increase. We've exceeded 97,000 people in St. Croix County. And as I've said before, probably not by the 2030 census, but I can pretty much guarantee by the 2040 census, at the rate of growth of St. Croix County and Eau Claire County, we will have a larger population and be larger than Eau Claire County within that 16 years from now. So St. Croix County, while it's very beneficial, because this is what's helping some of our net new construction, all of these housing growths, also comes with a lot of challenges, because a lot of the services we provide are just sheer numbers. The more population you have, the more service demand that you have. The more traffic citations, the more accidents that occur, the more things that come through the court system, more demand for marriage licenses. Everything increases proportionately to the population. So while population is good, it also has its challenges. All right, debt. So St. Croix County maintains our AA1 rating, which is the second possible highest rating. We may very well never make it to the higher rating, but I think we're structured very well with where we're at. So the debt payments in 2023 were $10.7 million. We were scheduled for 2024 debt payments of $10.9 million. So we were looking at a $200,000 increase. I'll give you the good news now. The $900,000 that the county board reallocated last month, we're going to use to bring this debt level down. So what I don't want to do, though, is have it come down and go back up. So what I want to do is, if you thought about it more as a chart, I wonder if I have a chart on the next page here. Yeah, that's the rate. But if you think about the debt, I want to shave the top of that mountain off. So I'm going to use that $900,000 over the next 3 years to flatten it right out. And if you allocate additional funds in future years, we'll just bring the debt down then. So we're going to allocate $400,000 in 2024 to bring it down to $10.5 million. And then we're going to use $250,000 in 25 and 26 to stay at the $10.5 million. And then the debt naturally continues to drop to 10.1, $10 million, $9.5 million. At some point in there, you're going to be asked to do an additional borrowing, which will bring that back up. But the structure of the debt is unique for St. Croix County. So we had talked about the sales tax as a unique policy that's very fiscally conservative. We do debt differently than other counties do. A lot of counties either have a flat debt, where they just have the exact same payments, more like your mortgage, or they have increasing debt because they know that they're going to grow some, and so they'll have more capacity to pay that debt. So they have increasing debt payments every year. I find that taxpayers like you, the elected officials, better when their tax bill goes down every year. And so we've built in a system where debt will continue to decrease, and that just makes you guys look really good when the tax rate goes down, which we will get to in just a few slides. But that's the idea behind our debt payment system. The other secondary benefit of having a debt structure this way is you're paying more principal up front. The more principal you pay up front, the less interest you pay over the life of the debt, and the more the taxpayer really saves in the long run. So those are the two benefits of structuring the debt this way. So with the cash application, though, what I want to do is just shave that down to 10.5 million over the next 3 years, so that we don't have any increases. So the debt service levy. So this is the rate. So if you think about property taxes, the tax levy, the mill rate, however you want to phrase it, it is a wealth-based tax. So sales tax is a purchasing tax. The more you purchase, the more you pay in sales tax. The state and the federal government have an income tax. The more cash flow you're generating, the more they're taking from you. Property tax is a wealth-based tax. So the more value you own in real estate, the more tax that you pay. As that property value grows, you may pay more because of that. The way we analyze that, though, is through the rate. So for every $1,000 of value you have, what is the rate that you're paying? And that's what this chart is reflecting. It's the debt service level against that value. And so you can see for many years we were probably right in that 30 cents range. We've done several very large construction projects, though. In 2016, we redid the healthcare campus. In 2019, we rebuilt the highway facility. In 2022, they authorized the $80 million for the government center project. So those are having an impact, and you can see the impact that we have on this. I would say that they were all needed. It was time because of the county's growth, but there is a fiscal give and take. So when we spend that much money, there is the implication that you're going to have to pay it. And I just got yesterday interest rates for a bond issue, a large bond issue, and they were about 5%. And so when we did our $80 million, we were in the mid 2% range. So, you know, I think the county board timing was very well planned when we did borrow, if we were going to borrow for that large of a project. So this could be worse if you had borrowed now, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. All right, major revenues and major expenditures in the budget. So I talked about the four big ones, really, that are applicable for the budget that's spread out. So our net new construction plus the TIF allows us to increase the tax levy to a maximum of $920,648. That's distributed amongst all the departments on a prorated basis. The library levy, you kind of have to take this with a little bit of grain of salt. The library levy dollar amount is up. This is the dissolution of the Hudson Joint Library. So the four libraries were levying directly to the Hudson Library. Now only the city of Hudson is going to levy, and we're going to levy on behalf of those other three municipalities. So while it looks like a huge increase in the library levy, it's just who is levying for the support of the libraries has changed. The library levy rate has actually gone down, which probably only matters to you if you're in one of the communities where the library levy rate is applied to you. That rate actually went down, but it looks like an increase because we're going to collect more and then hand it off to the Hudson Library. Shared revenues. This was the big budget package that the state government put together. Our share of that 1% allocation of additional sales tax is $753,487. So that's the amount that we're going to get in 2024. That amount will increase as the state's sales tax changes in future years. But it's going to be relatively stagnant. I mean, it'll go up, but I mean, it's really a one-time increase of the $753,000, which really, helped us do a lot of the things in public safety that we needed to do. Sales tax, this is the $500,000 in sales tax that I allocated for an increase. That gets us up to $11 million in total estimate. I increase our estimated interest earnings by $450,000. Interest rates are up, so we're making more money, so I increase that in our budget. Transportation charge for services. This is charges to the state, other local units of government, state monies that are coming in. It's all highway related. There'll be an offsetting expense side for them. And then the other revenue source, kind of say that with air quotes around it, is insurance recoveries. So insurance recoveries are when we're self-funded for a lot of our different programs, up to a certain level, and then we buy insurance for that. So for a vehicle, we insure up to $10,000. For a building, we insure up to $50,000 or $25,000. For medical, for our health insurance plan, we insure each member up to $175,000. But whenever the expenses come in excess of any of those limits, we get reimbursed by the insurance company. What I'm seeing is a trend where we're getting more and more claims that are in excess of those amounts. So I've increased the revenue side, the estimate on that. You can also see on the insurance program on the major expenditure side, that's up by $965,000. That's really the offset of the revenue side plus the growth in insurance expenses that we have. So $4.6 million in revenues. Where did that $4.6 million go? Really, to summarize where the expenditures are. So new positions. There was 24 new positions requested. We filled 14 of those, including a bunch in public safety. So about $1.3 million went there. Employee compensation. So I said there's a 1% adjustment to the COLA, which is about $300,000, and a step increase, which averages 2%, which would be about $600,000. So about a $900,000 increase in employee compensation. Another $850,000 is in our operating expenses, and these are really just inflationary pressures that you're going to see. You know, our water bill is up, our electric bill is up, our gas bill is up, garbage collection is up. All of those inflationary type things that apply to governments as well as it does for your household. Insurance program. So you kind of offset that with some of the insurance recoveries because we pay it out and then receive it back. But the other $300,000 of that is the inflation in the insurance market. So we've been consistently seeing, if not double-digit, near double-digit increases in those reinsurance. I talked about all the claims we're getting. That's sort of the trend. Well, the insurance company kind of knows how to do math too. And when they are paying out more, they increase our premiums. So we're seeing double-digit increases in our premiums. That's where that $300,000 is going. And then the library levy. It's the exact same dollar amount, $624,685, because we are a pass-through entity. We're going to collect it and we're going to ship it off to the libraries. That's not all for the Hudson Library, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Clarify, it is not all going to Hudson. We have a chart later on. We can show you where it all goes. Yeah. Yes.
Real quick question. So can you tell me or tell us the with the 1% COLA and the step increase, what's the average increase in compensation for employees?
Well, 3%.
3%.
Yeah. So a step increase, our wage grid provides for 2.5%, 2 or 1.5%, depending on where you are. It gets smaller as you get higher on the grid. So the average, based upon where people are, comes out to 2%. It's really close. It's like 2.04% or something. So it's about 2%. And then the 1% COLA is applied to the grid. It raises the whole grid by 1%. So everyone will receive the COLA adjustment and then a step increase. So on average, 3% is what the employees are receiving. All right, so just a little bit more on the budgeted revenues. If you look at net new construction and library levy, that's $1.4 million. The sales tax is mostly making up of other taxes, the $500,000 in there. If you look at intergovernmental, our shared revenues are in there, so we actually have a decrease in other intergovernmentals because that should have been up by $753,000. Transportation charges, that's charges to the state and others. That's all highway related. And then miscellaneous, that's really our insurance recoveries and the interest earnings that we have. So if you look at the total bottom line of the budget, it goes from $120 million to $124 million. So the $4.5 million, this is where it's broken out. So some people like the charts and the graphs. So where's the revenue coming from? So really only a third of our revenue is coming from property taxes. That's the big blue block there. That's a third of it. about 10% is sales tax. So a portion, but a significant portion comes from sales tax. Charges for services at 16%, grants and aids at 14%, and then we have a couple other transportation charges, internal service fund transfers within the budget. About 3% of the budget is covered by fund balance, and then other is 3%. Not every department is built the same way, though. If we look at the revenues by some of our major departments, Health and Human Services, property taxes make up about a third, state and federal aids are a third, charges for services are a third. So they're, fairly well prorated around. If you look at highway, property taxes and the vehicle registration fee makes up 38%. Charges for services are about 45%, and then state and federal aids are another 16% of the revenues. Yep.
On this chart, revenue sources, if you're transferring money internally, is that really adding up to 100 then?
So if you want to add up the $124 million total revenues and expenses, the internal service fund transfers do show up as both a revenue in the internal service fund and they show up an expense elsewhere in the fund. We actually don't spend $124 million. It's, $12 to $15 million less than that because some of it is just internal accounting. So it's more of an accounting thing. We could split it out, but then the numbers may not match up. So you could do it this way or you could do it that way. I chose to include it in the chart. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. All right. So Supervisor Tino.
Thank you. There was a discussion earlier amongst a few of us. Has the entire county done the property tax assessment update for everybody, or are there some of the townships and local that haven't completed that? And the reason I ask that is it's got to be very difficult for you to decrease the tax levy based on increased value if not everyone is completed.
Yeah. So when the municipality allocates their tax bills, they do it on assessed value. State law requires you be within 10% of full value once within a 3-year period. So if you fall below 90 or you happen to go above 110%, you're good for 2 years. On that 3rd year, you're required to do a reassessment. And every municipality does it on a different schedule because they're expensive, so you don't want to do them until you have to. So when we give the city of Hudson their allocation, this is your share of the pie, they're going to allocate it to the residents of Hudson based upon the assessed value. The portion that we give to the city of Hudson, though, is based upon the equalized value. So the equalized value is the made-up number by the state that says that your house may be assessed at $200,000, but you're not selling it for $200,000. You're going to sell it for $350,000. The equalized value is $350,000. The assessed value is $200,000. So we allocate the entire county on equalized value because everyone's at the same made-up state number for equalized value, and then they'll redistribute it on assessed value, so it's fair at the local level. Now, the state does have a mathematical formula that they go into that creates those equalized value. It's really sales ratio. When your neighbor's house, which is assessed at $200,000, sells it for $300,000, that's a 66% ratio on there, and so they apply that and they go, well, Mr. Tino's house must be worth 33% more also than what it's assessed for. So that's how it's distributed, but that's why it's equal. So we don't have to worry about it on our end.
Thank you very much.
Yep. All right, some of the other departments then, public safety. So they don't have a lot of other revenue sources. Property taxes is what's making up their revenue source. So there's no way to generate more. So a lot of departments, you may see, a position was added or something else changed, but they brought an additional revenue source to the table that was able to accommodate that. Whenever we add positions within public safety, it's going to be from the taxpayer because there are no revenue sources attached to those positions, which we really probably don't want them being a revenue generator. General government revenues. So general government is, basically everyone that you see on the first floor of the government center, all the administrative type, the clerk and the treasurer and the register of deeds and all of those. About 58% tax levy. There are some state and federal aid, charges for services, and other revenue sources. All right, on the expense side, so the same $124 million that we're bringing in, we spend. So where are some of those? General government, you see, went up by about $830,000 on the expense side. That's inflation, that's growth, that's causing that to change. Our insurance programs, this is the internal service. So really you could deduct the $14,270,000 out of the $124 million. That's really probably the real net budget of the county, minus our internal accounting transactions. But that's the insurance programs that are changing. Public safety, you see that $1.4 million increase in expenses. The reason that you saw more revenues than expenses, 1.49 million compared to 1.35, is a decrease in other revenue sources within public safety. So we'll get into some of those when we get into the line item detail. Health and Human Services, we see a $544,000 increase in the expenses. A lot of that is in children's services. So when we looked at priorities, the priorities were public safety, and then the priorities were children's services. Those are where we're seeing some of our really toughest demand levels, and that's where we prioritized this budget. The $645,000 that you see in education and recreation, that's the library. The library's within that amount. And then conservation and development, we actually see a decrease of $227,000. That's some land and water grants that we're not receiving anymore, so we ended up seeing a decrease there. All right, expense distributions, really on, where they are departmentally. So Health and Human Services makes up 29%. They are a third of the budget. Highway is 16% of the budget, and public safety is 14% of the budget. So those are three departments, and they are making up well over half of the budget. Everyone else really is fairly small potatoes from there. Debt service at 9%. That has grown over what it used to be, though. And then if you look at, what type of expenses those are, salaries and benefits, 34% and 14%, so that's 48% of the budget is going to personnel cost. We are a service organization. If you look at the vision statement, it's deliver service with compassion and respect for the people. So we deliver service. I mean, that is pretty much all that we do. We don't make any widgets. We are delivering a service to the public. Services and supplies, those are the pieces that we need then in order to deliver those services. 3% is capital. We spend a lot of time going over the KIP. Really, at the end of the day, it's only 3% of the big picture. And then debt service is 9%, which is past KIP projects. All right, staffing changes. So there were 24 net FTEs requested. So this whole first page are position exchanges. A lot of these were approved mid-year from the administration committee. They have a fairly small fiscal impact. I mean, it might be a few $100s here or $1,000 or a couple $1,000s here. But I do want to make sure that any changes that we have in personnel, we highlight those for the county board because ultimately you are responsible for them. So I want to make sure that you fully understand or fully had the chance to look at all of the changes that we made. So these are position swaps. I actually really like it when staff come to me and say, well, I think I can do without this position, but I really need this position. That's a much better model than just asking for the new position. So I like it when we do position exchanges. I think that's saving our taxpayers money by having the department heads prioritize their needs. Positions added then. So we added 17 new positions to the county. So child support coordinator, which was grant funded, parks labor. One of these FTEs was actually in last year's budget. I actually forgot to include it on the authorized FTE, so I included it on here because technically you guys approve everything. but we did it last year without you guys approving it, so I'm going to have you approve it here. But I did add a 0.5 FTE this year, and it's really just a matter of it's taking more and more to maintain the parks, especially as we add more facilities, newer facilities, additional parklands. It costs more to maintain those. The Deputy Corp Counsel position, which is sitting at the table here today. We have some HHS positions, a couple of them within ADRC, a couple of them within behavioral health. So a lot of those positions have supporting revenue sources that helped either cover those costs or offset those costs. Some of the ones in children's services, though, those are primarily tax levy supported. Those don't have as much other revenue sources coming in. Public health was just a 0.3 increase. Justice Support Services has 2 part-time positions that we've increased to cover them. Medical examiner is the CT technologist, that's $75 per CT scan. And then public safety, we've added the investigator and we've added 4 patrol deputies. So those are all the new positions that came into the county. And then there were 2.5 positions that were eliminated. So in ADRC, we've gone to a prepared meal model rather than making the meals on site, so we've been able to eliminate some of those positions. And the public health nurse, we eliminated a public health nurse, and it's not on the list of positions added because it was an existing position, but it was a reprioritization. So if you remember a couple years ago, we added the epidemiologist at the beginning of the pandemic. We used some of our COVID funds to add an epidemiologist in public health. They really like that position. They're seeing the value in that position. The COVID funding for that position is running out, and so they reprioritized and said, well, we really want to keep the epidemiologist position, and we will give up a public health nurse position to cover that. So the epidemiologist isn't a new position. That's why you didn't see it on the list, but it's a reallocation of where the revenues are going to cover that. So the sum of all these changes at the end of the day is 14.633 FTEs added to the budget, which puts us just over 650 FTEs in the county. So 654, that's a 2% increase. If you look back, the last 3 years were relatively flat. Over a 3-year period, we only went up 9 positions. This year, we're adding 14. So this budget is doing something we haven't been able to do in the past, and that is really prioritize some new positions within the county. It's because of some of the new revenues that were coming in that allowed us to do this. But that's why I think that this budget is a really good budget, moving us forward in addressing the priorities of the county. On to compensation for the employees. Health insurance changes. So we are offering a dual choice enrollment starting in 2024 for the employees, traditional PPO that we currently have, and we're also going to be offering an HSA high deductible insurance plan. So I think with a little bit of education and experience, I think the employees are really going to come to like that HSA. I've had experience with them in the past. I think they're very beneficial to the employees. So that's a new option in 2024. Even with those changes, we were able to increase premiums by only 1%. The HSA is the lowest cost plan, so it's a dual choice. So you can pick either plan. The HSA is deemed the lower cost of those, so we pay 90% of the cost of that for the employee pays 10%. If they want to buy up to the traditional PPO, they pay the difference in the premium. But that allowed us to maintain our cost as the county of a 1% increase in total health insurance costs, which is well below the health insurance inflation rate that's out there in the marketplace. So we're doing really well. And part of that, too, is we've had some good experiences with some of the programs we've implemented that have helped employees help us by reducing our health insurance costs.
Ken, is that a use it or lose it, or if at the end of the period, does that money come back both to the county and to the employee?
Yep, so an HSA is not a lose it, it's retained by the employee. So the plan design allows for a $500 single contribution by the county, a $1,000 family contribution by the county, and then the employee can contribute the other part of the HSA pre-tax out of their check up to the maximum. And I think family is a $9,000 HSA limit. So they could take as much as $8,000 out of their check pre-tax and put into the HSA, and they retain that forever. That's their money. They keep it no matter what. So, yes. Sure.
So I have family members that also love their HSA because when their expenses don't exceed their what they put aside, they can actually reallocate it into an investment portfolio, and it ends up being tax deferred dollars for retirement as well. So it almost acts as an extra IRA or 401k, 403b in this particular sector. It is one of the best things that were done. I think it was in the early 2000s that legislation was passed along with the Roth IRA. Or the Roth IRA was late 90s. But anyway, the HSA is an incredible tool for employees.
Yep, our plan is designed, once you hit $3,000 in your HSA, you can put it into investments. And then, at age 65, that HSA fund can be used for anything without penalty of withdrawal. Sure, Supervisor Burning.
Oh, thanks, Administrator Witt. So the other thing is we're looking at that plan, and this is just, so you guys understand where we were able to take some PTO and bank it for when they retire early. This is something that can help offset that, and can be utilized in an investment account to make more money than just taking cash and setting it aside for down the road losing value. So it's an incredible way to offset that benefit that has been with the county for a long time. And so as Administrator Witt has alluded to with education and showing employees the benefit of this particular benefit, it's going to be an incredible tool for them to help them retire early if they want to.
Yeah, that LTSB payout for health insurance benefit is sunset for employees. And when you guys sunset that, one of the things you asked for was that we create the HSA option so we had a new vehicle for employees to use going forward. So this is all you're doing. I'm just implementing what you told me. Yep. We did reduce the employee tier options. We had a single, an employee plus one, and a family. We switched third-party administrators, and really it's because of some of their limitations within their system that we went to just a family or a single. So those employees that are in that employee plus one are going to see an increase in their monthly premium contributions, and the family actually sees it go down because it becomes a blended rate. Dental insurance, we went to self-funded a couple of years ago. It's working out okay. Premiums are averaging an 8% increase next year, and that's 75% employee funded. WRS contributions, the general employee category went up by just 0.1%. The protected category went up by a full 1.1%. So that 1.1% is about $120,000. So when we talked about the $1.5 million increase in public safety, 120,000 of it is just retirement expense that we have to pay into the state for their future retirement benefit. So it's not all necessarily just increases in public protection. It's just part of the ongoing expenses associated with it. Mill rate. And Chair Fiedler had suggested I should have led with this news, but the mill rate went from $3.08 down to $2.83. So it's an 8.3% decrease in the mill rate, the 11th consecutive year that we've done it. And I was able to find data to sort of support what our mill rate has been all the way back to about 1975. And this is the lowest rate now that we've had in recorded history. So all the way back to the Stone Age, I guess. Or at least as far as I can determine. But really good news for the taxpayer. And again, you have to take this a little bit with a grain of salt because it's a wealth-based tax. So the more wealth you have, the rate may go down, but the dollar amount you pay may be the same, or it may actually go up, depending on how much value of your property has changed. And I have a slide coming up here that's going to tell you exactly where you live, whether you're going to see an increase or a decrease. But as a comparison to our peers, our mill rate is the 8th lowest out of the 72 counties. So if anyone says that we are overtaxed, well, not according to everyone else in the state. The St. Croix County mill rate is $1.90 lower than the state average, which is 37% below the state average. So I think we're doing really well as a comparison to the rest of the state. If you look on it on a per capita basis, per person, across the 97,000 people that are in the county, our average is $395 per person. Again, it's a wealth base. We're not charging per person basis. But when you divide it out, that's where it comes out. That's the 19th lowest out of the 72 counties and 24% below the state average. So again, we're doing better than the average. So I think the county has a lot of positive things going for it, and that's the data to support that.
I think it'd be very important if this information gets out to the public.
Yep.
These last 3 pages, I think, are paramount.
Yeah.
That shows our success and your success as the administrator.
Yep. Like I said, I just implement the policies you guys approve. We do have a website, www.sccwi.gov/budget. We'll take you right to it. But it has all of our budget information. This budget has been out on the county's website for weeks now. As soon as I was able to get it finished, I got it to you, I got it to the public, so everyone can see that. And it does highlight some of these things on the website. Yes, Supervisor Burney.
Yes. So I love this interactive experience we have. Just perusing the top 20-ish, 25, a lot of those counties, remember too, are low population counties where they have a high, they're very spread out, very big counties with low population centers. And the vast majority of law enforcement, I think almost all of it, is funded by levy, property tax levy. So you got to remember that even though some of those counties are high per person, they have to pay a lot for law enforcement. And in some cases, there's also ambulance services mixed in there. So just a little clarification that is some of why you see Milwaukee County is so low, but the area that they cover in the population it goes up, it doesn't spread out. So I just thought I'd clarify that. Not saying that we're doing a good or bad job, I'm just making note of that.
Yep. Yeah, and there's a lot of, we've gone over mandated services. There's a lot of programs in the state that we are required to perform. And really a lot of HHS programs, children's services, are required to be in the county. So those have a cost, and when there's fewer people to distribute it against, that per capita goes up. All right, so the tax bill. So this is kind of a way for us to look at the tax bill. So what I'm going to focus on is the county's operating levy, the very first line on there. So that's a 2.9% increase, which is made up of 2.73 net new construction and the closure of 2 TIF districts. So thank you to those communities that close those TIF districts. That always helps us. So that is the levy limitation by the state. That's the line that's controlled by the state for the levy limit. On the debt service levy, so you can see last year I had said was 10.7 million, and this year we're dropping to 10.5 million. That's applying $400,000 of fund balance to bring that down. So that's a 1.2% decrease. So that's my goal, is always dropping debt service levy to make you guys look as good as possible. And then the special purpose levies, it's 2 things. One, it's the library and bridges. Bridges make up $86,000. Everything else is library, and that's a pass-through from us. So yes, it says 53% increase, but that does not apply to every community. The way the library levy works is if you have your own library in your community, Hudson and New Richmond and River Falls and Deer Park, if you have your own library, you're not subject to the county library levy. So the city of Hudson will get one rate from us, and the town of Hudson will get a different rate from us because they'll have the library levy on it, and they won't have the library levy. It's like 0.0002044, I think is what the rate is. So So there's a different levy rate depending on where you live. So that library levy is only applied against those that don't have their own library. And the big increase is because there's 3 new municipalities that are going to pay it, and we're going to give that, a vast majority of that to the Hudson Library. All right, so that's where the tax levy is coming from. If you look at the rates then, the operating levy is down 8%, the debt service levy is down 12%, and that special purpose levy up 35% for a composite rate decrease to the 283 down 8.37%. Now, if the equalized value of the county went up by 12.68%, that means that some of the people in the county are going to think the county taxes went up, and some of the people in the county are going to think the taxes went down. And those people are highlighted. So if you look at page 56 of the budget, I have highlighted those communities where their net new construction was higher than our net new construction, which means their value in their community grew by more. They are going to get a bigger piece of the pie. This is not a pie you want, it's the tax pie. So you're going to get a bigger piece of the allocation of the county taxes. Even if nothing else changed, just say we levied the exact same dollar amount last year as this year, this formula alone makes it look like our taxes went up if you're highlighted, and if you're not highlighted, you think the county is awesome because their tax rate went down. So half of you are probably happy right now and half are probably not, but that's just a redistribution because of the way the system works. All right, I'm glad everybody is happy. That was one. All right. So 2025, just taking a look ahead a little bit into the next year. So the levy rate will continue to decline. With levy caps, we only be able to go up so much, so I think it'll be right in that $750,000 range. I think the county will continue to grow faster than that. I think the value of property is going up. Even though not as fast, it's still going up. So it'll drop. It'll be below 283 next year. By how much, I don't know. But we'll find out. Sales tax, I would expect at least an additional $500,000 growth. There may be more. We'll just take a look at where this year turns out for us. With those revenues coming in, basically what we can afford is we can afford 1 to 2 new positions in the county, a lot less than the 14 we added this year. We can afford a 5% increase in health insurance premiums. The 1% this year was great, but that's not the norm. So being a little bit more conservative of where that might be, I predicted 5%. So a 5% increase in health insurance premiums is $500,000 for the county. And then a step increase, which averages about 2%. That's about $600,000 for the county. Debt service will remain flat based upon how we're allocating fund balance to cover that. And so that's really the highlights of where I think we'll end up in 2025. All right, so now we're going to go through the rest of the budget, the next 235 pages here. They're broken into each of the different departments, and we'll get Chuck up here shortly so he can go through some of his. We're going to start with the public safety ones, though, on tab 6. So everyone's laid out the same way. The first couple of pages of every department is going to have their department overview. So they're going to have some statistical data that shows where their services are. They're going to have some write-up of where their department is. I'm not going to spend any time going over these. If you have questions, feel free to ask. If the department head's here, they'll be able to answer those questions for you. And I'm going to skip to the last part of every section, which is the mandated and discretionary services. So this was an exercise that we spent the last year and a half going over. And it was such a good exercise that we really thought it should be included within the budget. So on page 63, you can see the first one, circuit court here, where it talks about what the mandated services are. It gives a little bit of a description for those. It's just another informative tool that we've included in the budget so someone can get a better understanding of what that department, what that service is that that department is providing. It's really hard to go back and say, okay, well, that first mandated service, tell me what line items that is in the budget. It doesn't really work that way. I wish I could, but it's a blend. Revenues and expenses are not tied directly to a service. A salary may cover 6 of the 8 items on this list. So I can't just say this one is this. It's not quite as easy as that. So you'll have to ferret through and really ask probably some more in-depth questions if you have a specific question related to that. But again, I won't go through that. I won't spend any additional time on mandating discretionary services. I just wanted to point where they are and what they're being used for. All right. When we look at the budget, so 1210 is a circuit court. So the circuit court budget, they're all laid out the same way. So how we look at the budget, and this is the same spiel you guys hear me say at each of the standing committees when we review the budget, I go to the far right column. The far right column is the fiscal year 2024 recommended budget. This is what I am recommending to you that creates a balanced budget. The column one over to the left is the requested budget. That was what the department originally requested, so if you see something different, it's because it's a change that I made to get us to a balanced budget. The next column over is where we were year to date, the day that I printed the budget on September 25th. The middle column there, fiscal year 23 adopted budget, that's where the budget was last year, and then we have the 2 prior years actual. So you can see where the actual dollar amounts are. So the very first thing I do when I look at the department's budget is I look at that first line, and what I want to compare is the fiscal year recommended, which is $965,000, and I want to compare it to the fiscal year 2023 adopted budget, $936,000. So that tells me what the impact was to the taxpayer for any changes that are in this budget. So there's about a $30,000, $29,000 difference there. So that's what I'm looking for throughout this budget is $29,000 of change that impacted our taxpayers. The next thing I'm going to look at is I'm going to look at 2 different expense line items. I'm going to look at the net wages and fringes, which is most of the way down on the page. I'm on page 61. So I look at the total cost of personnel. This is all the personnel costs associated with this department. This year it's $857,000. The prior year is $823,000. Well, there's most of my difference right there. I was looking for $29,000. That's it. What you're going to see is you're going to see throughout the budgets, because we had wage increases, benefit increases, health insurance, dental insurance, Wisconsin retirement system increases. That's the sum of those changes. The health insurance may look a little bit out of line because it went from $159,000 to $175,000. And you're going to say, well, you told me there was only a 1% increase. And you guys are pretty quick, and you probably realize that was more than 1%. But there's also a reallocation. We budget every department based upon the actual employee's usage of the health insurance. So if they have a single plan or they have a family plan, that allocation to that department may change from one year. So theirs went up, so maybe a couple of people or maybe one person in that department got married. That could be the explanation. I'm not going to go into those details. I don't even know all of the details that make that up. I just know that it changed, and at the end of the day, the sum equals what I'm expecting it to equal. All right, so wages and fringes, I look at that, and then I'm going to look at operating expenses, which are going to be on the next page. So operating expenses are the dollar amount, that's the operating stuff, the office supplies, anything that they buy to run that department. That's going to change with more control by the department head. The wages and benefits, the department head has very little control over. They don't control whether employees go from single to family plans. They do have control over their operating expenses. You're going to see under circuit court a little bit of a shift where it went from $168,000 to $339,000. So what is in this is $200,000 allocation to grants and donations to other organizations. This is the CASA money that we spent quite a bit of time this morning discussing. but this is where the $200,000 expense is. And if you go back up to the revenues, you're going to see $200,000 in other federal payments. That's the allocation of the ARPA grant. So it comes in as a revenue, goes out as an expense. Doesn't affect our taxpayers. That's why there was only a $29,000 difference in the taxpayer cost. So that is how the budgets are laid out. I'm going to go over the other departments much faster, but those are the numbers that I'm going to highlight. I'm going to highlight that first row, show what the taxpayer impact is. We're going to look to see if it's in wages and benefits, which if it's a new position, we can point that out. But if it's just, the growth from our routine increases, then we're going to skip through that. And then we'll look at that operating expenses. And if there's an increase there, we'll come back and we'll look to see what expense line items are contributing to that. Sound like a plan? All right. Very motivational, Supervisor Adams. Chuck's the efficient one. All right. Yes. I know the decibel levels you are capable of. All right, page 68 is the clerk of courts. So if we look at their general property taxes, they went from $954,000 to $943,000. That's a decrease. That is a good thing when we talk about taxes. If we look at their net wages and fringes, they were exactly identical to the prior year. That is really, no, they're not. I'm dyslexic. It was 596 and it's 569. So it's almost the same as it was the prior year. And again, a lot of that could be benefits. It could be new personnel hired at a lower rate. So even though some of the employees received an increase, the new employees started at a lower rate and it was less. And then we look at their operating expenses. So their operating expenses went from $615,000 to $653,000. I know there is no tax levy increase here, but there is about a $40,000 increase in expenses. So if you want to know what that is, I can tell you. So legal services at the bottom of page 68 went from $160,000 to $165,000. Court-appointed counsel went from $250,000 to $265,000. Interpreter services were up a little bit. So these are the types of expenses that are volume-based. The more volume that comes into the court system, the more these type of expenses increase for us. So that's what we're seeing happening within the clerk of courts. All right, we are moving on to the medical examiner on page 75. So the medical examiner, general property taxes went from $294,000 to $288,000. That is a decrease. That is a good thing when we talk about taxes. If we look at their net wages and fringes, it went from $239,000 to $243,000. Very small increase. That's just the inflationary cost there. If we look at their operating cost, $129,000 to $130,000. There is nothing much that's changing within the medical examiner's office. Nothing to see here. We will move on. Justice Support Services. All right. So Justice Support Services, let's take just a little bit more explanation. Their general property taxes went from $446,000 to $640,000. So you're seeing about a $200,000 increase there. Before I jump to the expense side, because it's not there, we're going to stop on the next line item, other federal payments. So we had two positions within Justice Support Services that were ARPA funded through the end of 2023. So they were in the priority list. They were in the top 10 list of the county board priorities to change their funding source from ARPA funding to tax lever support, because we've really determined that those positions are going to continue on. They're not just another one-year thing. We need to fund those going forward. So that is where you're seeing the change. So they have decreased federal grants coming in to cover that. And so that shifted then to the taxpayers in order to pick up those costs. If you look at the net wages and fringes, it went from $616,000 to $698,000. So some of that is the routine stuff. Some of that is some of those new positions that we talked about on the list. There was a position and a half in there. We talked about drug testing in New Richmond. So that's additional labor hours that we're adding on to the drug tester. There's a grant that's covering one of the other part-time positions, but those are additional labor expenses that we're seeing within this budget. And then when we go down to their operating expenses, they went from 233,000 to 195,000. So there's a decrease there. Part of that decrease is with the drug testing. We went from contract services, so the bottom of page 81, you're going to see purchase services drop from 130,000 to 90,000. So some of those costs that we were paying out to a contractor to provide the drug testing, we've now brought in-house with an employee position. So one goes up, one goes down. That's how that works. Any questions on that one at all? Supervisor Hanson?
I'd point out that this is not a mandated service. This is something that the judges wanted us to do, and we are doing it on their recommendation, and it's been a successful program. Sometimes what they ask for is valid, useful, and it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, and it's hard too when you think about some of the services that we provide, like CASA, like Justice Support Services, and you say, well, it's not mandated. We don't have to do that. Why would we spend our money doing it? Well, sometimes a dollar invested saves you more money later on. If we can work with the population that they work with and get them on the right track, we can avoid future court costs. We can avoid future incarceration costs. So it saves us more money, and it's really hard to say that with this person, we avoided them committing further crimes and ending up in jail. I mean, there's no way to know what the future would have been, what that alternate path would have been. But as much studies as they have out there and correlation that they can draw to, we understand that this investment is helping us. Right. All right, district attorney. If we look at theirs, general property taxes last year were $1,151,000. They dropped to $1,113,000. If we look at the net wages and fringes, it was up slightly. It was up by about $6,000. So we know that their operating expenses then, the mouse is really sensitive. We look at their operating expenses. One of the things you're going to see on page 87, top of the operating expenses, legal services. $35,000 was eliminated. So this is where they were handling CHIPS cases from. They were contracting out legal services to handle those CHIPS cases. So with that change to corporation counsel, we were able to save the money out of this budget. So you're going to see their operating expenses then have decreased from $97,000 down to $73,000. Child support. Go up to tab 10 here. So the Child Support Agency has a negative general property tax. So how does that work? Well, when I add all the general property taxes up at the end of the day, it matches the $40 million that we levy. And so if a department has more revenues than they have expenses, the way I balance that budget then is I put in a negative general property tax. So really think about it that they're sharing this revenue with the other departments. So last year they shared $91,000. This year they're going to share $126,000. So the negative amount went up. That's a positive thing in this scenario. They also have some increases in general grants that they're receiving. And we're going to notice when we look at their net wages and fringes, they went from $730,000 to $851,000. That's the normal increases, but it's also the additional position. If you look at the new positions added, they had a new position on there, which is largely grant funded. All of their expenses are actually 2/3 funded by the state. So any increases we have, we're able to pass on 2/3 of that to the state. And then if you look at their operating expenses, it went from $107,000 to $113,000. There's a small increase there. I think it's mostly in training with some of the new staff that they're bringing on board. All right. Move on to the sheriff's office. Yep, the sheriff's still here. All right. So general property taxes, law enforcement. So the 2110 cost center is law enforcement. So this is patrol, investigation, administration, but it's law enforcement. These are sworn deputies and their civilian counterparts, but law enforcement is the primary focus of this cost center. They went from 8.5 million to 9.5 million. So the big change there is the 5 new positions. So I can tell you that those 5 positions, they each cost roughly $150,000 a year when it's all said and done with all the equipment and stuff that's included with them. So that's about $750,000. When we look at the net wages and fringes, it went from 7.5 million up to just under 8.2 million. That's a $700,000 increase. Some of these are capital costs. Part of that total is capital cost. But the net wages and fringe part, you can see there. The union contract actually had a fairly small increase. They had a 1% increase. Don't worry, their contract is up for renewal next year, and I'm sure I will hear about it. Yeah, thought so. So the total cost is not a huge cost increase as far as prorated. Most of that cost is the new positions coming into the department. If we look at their operating expenses, we have some increases going on there also. So we went from 1.558 million up to 1.63. So there's a fairly significant jump within their operating expenses. We can scroll back up just a little bit. So a few different things. I mean, it's spread out a little bit. Other professional services went from 196 to 209. There's a little bit of an increase there. We come down, where was the other one? Equipment purchase, non-fixed assets. So this one, this is made up of a couple of different things. One of the big things that's in here is their radio systems, though. So we are upgrading their radios next year. So that's one of the big expenses that we have in there. So we're seeing that increase. Ammunition and shooting expenses, there's an increase there. That's largely inflation driven. I don't think they're shooting that many people. The increase is largely driven by inflation, which a lot of the expenses throughout our budget are driven by inflationary cost. So you can see a fairly significant increase there. All said and done, though, there's a significant increase in this cost center by about $1 million. So when we talked about 1.5 million in public safety, 1 million of it is right here within the sheriff's department. The next cost center then within public safety here is the corrections and detention. So this is the jail. So this is just the jail. It's the deputies that manage the jail and the costs associated with their management. If we look at their costs, 4.3 million up to just under 4.5 million, so about $180,000 increase. If we look at the net wages and fringes, that was up by about $200,000. So really, there's a pretty good chunk of it was there within that portion of it. If we look at their operating expenses, we'll actually see a decrease in one of them, and that is the other professional services. So that's the jail medical. One of the decisions that the county board made was allocation of opioid funds to have a public health professional embedded in the jail. And so that person embedded in the jail was allowed us to eliminate that part of the service from our contracted medical, so saves us on the contract medical. So we're using those opioid settlements to save tax levy dollars on this contract. Yes, Supervisor Leaf.
The jail meal contract, is that a multi-year contract or is that an annual thing?
The jail meal contract? Yep, that was the next item I was going to get to. That is an increase. It is a multi-year. And this is a new contract this year. That's why we're seeing probably that larger increase. If you look back at the prior years, you can see it's really been all over the board. It goes up, it goes down. They bid it out, they get some savings, then the rates go up, then they bid it back out. But we are seeing an increase, about $30,000 over the prior year. Yep. That's about it for changes within the jail itself. Their operating expenses as a whole were down about $20,000, but it was that contract medical. That's where the big decrease was from. All right, emergency management. So a very small portion of the sheriff's office is emergency management. If you look at the tax levy support for it, last year was $89,000. This year it's $101,000. There's a $12,000 difference there. If you look at their net wages and fringes, it went from 158,000 to 177,000. That was actually in health insurance. You look at their health insurance, it went from 23,000 to 38,000. So again, it's just changes within the mix of the personnel involved can have an impact on that. But that's really where their big change came from. Because if you look at their operating expenses, you're going to see it went from 26 to 56,000. That can all be explained by one line item, which is a $31,000 other professional services, which is also offset by an increase in state general government grants. You see the grant went from 82,000 to 119,000. That's really a pass-through for a grant that we're working with in partnership with some of the other jurisdictions. At least that's how Janet explained it to me. All right, emergency communications. So this is our dispatch center. So if we look at the general property taxes, 2.5 million or 2.4 million up to 2.5 million. So there's about a $80,000 increase in tax levy support for the dispatch center. When we go down and we look at the net wages and fringes, it went from 1.8 million up to 1.94. There's about $60,000 there. Again, there's no changes other than the routine changes. About 20,000 of that was right in the health insurance one. If we look at their operating expenses, we go from 543,000 to 593,000, about a $50,000 increase. We can go back to one line item and see where that's happening. We went to software subscriptions and renewals, 382,000 to 429,000. As I said at public protection, Terry Anderson says they need software in order to run the dispatch center. So I believe him when he tells me that, but that software cost does go up. And so we're seeing that cost is rise there. We'll see it too when we get to the IT budget. You see that software costs are rising higher than the rate of inflation. So costs are up really all over. And that's one of our pressure points is with software. All right. So that's where I stop. I'm going to hand it over to Chuck now. Yep, Chuck's still awake. Great.
Still here.
Chuck's going to go over the administrative portions of the budget, and then we'll switch back and forth. As you can see here, today's budget is brought to you by Men in Black.
Yeah.
I think Chuck is Cade because I make this look good.
I'll let you guys decide. What I was going to say I shouldn't be saying, so.
All right, Chuck. It's all yours. If you could follow along on the screen also,
Yep.
so it's on the overhead.
Okay. Now that I lost my page. Okay. I got a lot of notes on the paper, so I'll be looking down a little bit. I haven't memorized it all like Ken has. Okay. Start with Corporation Counsel. Oops. I am too now. Okay. In 23, the budget was $633,000, and it increased to $809,000, which is a $176,000 increase. The wages and fringes went up from 675 to 774, and that has to do with hiring the attorney to do the CHIPS cases. Okay, then we'll go down to operating expenses. Okay. It was $25,000 in 23, and we increased to $38,000, and that's got to do with new software purchased to track cases, make them more efficient. Any questions? I'll just keep on going if nobody's got any questions. Okay, now down to administrator's budget. In fiscal year '23, it was 480,000, and it's raised to $541,000. When wages in fringe, we're at $403,000, and it ended up to be 411. Some of these expenses get allocated to other departments. Okay, not too far. This mouse is a little different than on my desk, so. Okay. Mickey Mouse. Okay. In operating expenses, it was $77,000 in '23, and it raised to $130,000 in fiscal year '24. Really, the one thing that is kind of pushing out is we have a $15,000 for employee recognition program that Ken is going to development through his recommendation from the board. And
Yeah, the $50,000 for program development on the bottom of page 121. In the goals that you guys approved for me just this month, you had a high performer recognition program. So it's going to cost money to do that. I don't know what we're going to do with it yet. This is $50,000 that was allocated towards that, though. So it's really just a guess right now what that might cost, but this gives me the resources to implement that once you guys approve something.
next was the unallocated department budget overview. And this is basically one of the accounting cost centers, so we can balance things out. The $218,000 for expense is for the broadband program grant. Self-insurance went from $800,000 to $1.4 million. This is what Ken had been talking about earlier. This is for, is this one for the medical? Okay, this is for the medical and health insurance and the dental insurance, and we are self-funded. Okay. The net fringe was $324,000, or excuse me, $301,000 in '23. In '24, it was raised to $298,700, which it went down from year to year. Operating expenses, $9.2 million to $12 million. And that big raise is obviously the medical and dental. And also insurance premiums with inflationary pressures. Retirement health savings. It was $300,000, and there was not an increase in '24. It's $300,000, and this is just LTS payout. Currently in '23, it's only $82,000, but the expenses are backloaded in the year. Risk and property management liability insurance. And '23 was $935,000, and it increased $35,000 to $970,000. What you'll see the difference in here is transfer from internal service funds. Okay. Down to operating, 73,000, and increased it to 906,000. And the big difference here is, I gotta look at my notes. And way further than I thought it would be. Can only wing it so long.
Do we have claims? Is that affecting the increase? Okay.
Yeah, that's the stop loss increase. Okay. Any questions on that? No? I must have put everybody to sleep. Okay. I know this is really exciting stuff, so. I don't have any jokes, and the ones I would say would not be good, because I can't deliver a joke very well, so I can leave that up to Ken. Workers' compensation, we was at 570,000, went up to 600,000, and that's inflationary pressures on insurance recoveries. Did I skip somebody? Not yet. County board and committee commissions. Department budget, 23, it was $159,000. It went up to 161. It's pretty flat. Net wages and fringes were 98,000. It went up to 99,000. Okay, and for on operating, it went from 61,000 to 62,000. It's pretty much is flat. The county clerk went from 334,000 to 374,000, and net fringes in 317,000 to 352,000, and where you'll see the increase is in health insurance. And total operating be 17,000 and was raised to 21,000. Increase in operating supplies. County clerk dog fund went from 20,000 to 20,000. Everything's in. This is just an in and out an accounting function where we send it to the I can't even say the villages and cities because I can't say the word. Okay. Elections, obviously, it's going to be an election year, so our costs are going to go up here. Went from $75,000 to $136,000. The difference there is obviously more property tax. Okay, whoops. All right. Operating 114 to 136, and that goes along with publications and printing. That increase, obviously, for the materials for the election. Human resources. The budget went down.
Chuck, if I could jump in for just 1 minute.
Yeah.
We'll be taking a break just before noon, the county clerk has been very thoughtful and has ordered pizza and other things, so we'll get some food and we'll take a break in about 30 minutes. Does anybody need a break, recommend a break before then? We'll just keep on going then if till just about noontime.
Okay. Human Resources budget went down from 607 to 551. Net fringes was at 155, went down to 132. The major drop is in health insurance, $20,000. And again, part of these expenses get allocated to other departments. Operating, 131,000 down to 112. And most of that's in oh yeah, the wage study we did this year, and obviously it'll be a few years before we do it again. Thanks, Audrey. Information technology, budget in 23 was 2.7. It is went up about $44,000, so it's 2,744 in 24. Net wages and fringes, 1.5 million in 23, decreased to 1,495, about $5,000. Operating is 1.2 million for 23 and 24. It's 1.249, $49,000 increase, and most of that is in the price increases for the subscriptions, Oracle, and those types of things. Finance. It was 658,023. It went down to 657, so pretty flat. Didn't make a lot of changes on this since it's my first year. Net wages and fringes, 566 to 565. And there were no changes in the operating expenses. The default department overview. And again, this is the other side of the general property tax with a negative amount from 12 million up to 13 million. That's the offset of when you see in all the other cost centers where they have the positive general property taxes. It's basically accounting function.
Chuck, could I ask a question?
Yes.
Just going back to page 153, the first chart at the top left of that page, could you just explain what the blue part of the chart is and the orange part? Institutional capital management and LGIP? Okay.
First, the investments. This is the institutional cap is our Ellers, where our bonds are at, and then we also have a general fund in there. And the LGIP is the state's investment fund. You'll see there's a big difference. And in 23 we did some other things. We changed it up, so we're moving a lot more bond money when the expenses come through to the general fund, which will increase our interest. And the other revenue sources, sales tax and vehicle registration. And as you can see, it's up to $12 million. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair? Go ahead.
Well, that got my curiosity. How did it jump up so much between 21 and 22? Is that the bond for the
Yes.
building fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just the 80 million there. The county treasurer. The operating budget in '23 is 414,000. I increased to 426,000. Net wages and fringe were 302,000, up to 309, and that includes the step increase in the COLA adjustment. Operating, $112,000, went up to $117,000, and I believe this is from, this is on, there was some additional software renewal fees that went up $13,000. New software for the Treasury Department. Facilities, 2.2 million in 23, 24, 2.315. Wages and net wages and fringe, 1,025,000, went to 1,018, so that went down, and that's mostly got to do with the health insurance. Operating budget, 1.235, down to 1296. And that's really the inflationary for utilities and those types of things. Fleet vehicles, this is just kind of a pass-through. 150,000 in 23, and it's consistent with 24. And what this is all the expenses for the vehicle operations expense. They do a journal entry and charge it to each department. Okay, and I'll hand it back to Administrator Witt.
All right, Chuck's only been here for a few months, but he's doing a good job of picking it up and learning how this works. So I gave him the easier parts of the budget. Highway, not as easy. All right, I included their map this year. I thought their map was really nice. So you can see where all the roads are. Very colorful. When we get to the highway department, though, and I'd said before, when we looked at the different 5 standing committees, highway is one department, one standing committee. They're the easiest ones to analyze independently like that. But their general property tax was only up by $120-some thousand. So we're not allocating a lot of additional property taxes to them. Basically, the deal that the highway commissioner and I have is that anytime we have labor and benefit cost increases, 60% is going to be paid for by the state and other jurisdictions. So I will allocate him 40% of that cost. As far as his operating costs, I can't cover it. So when, oil products, base products go up, 40% over the past 5 years, I do not have the ability to cover those cost increases with our tax levy. So the highway commissioner is very good about adjusting his budget then. So how he does that when his operating expenses go up is he does less maintenance. So we're doing less and less road maintenance. So the same dollar amount, but less work gets done because of that, because of the rising inflation costs. Supervisor Anderson.
I think I know the answer to this, but is the price of asphalt like directly related to the price of oil and gas?
Yes.
Yes and no. It is, when you see increase in oil costs, but as our refiners have become more efficient at refining oil, the byproduct of gasoline production is what we make the oil that we use to produce asphalt. So as we become better at that, there's less byproduct. So it is tied, as most things are tied to the cost of oil, but it can operate somewhat independently.
So we switch to all electric vehicles and they don't have to make gas anymore.
Payment will be cheap.
Then we won't have to, then they'll have to build the roads with something else then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Kind of got a quick
Supervisor
question either
Osnes.
for you or Robbie, especially this last winter with our incidents that have folks that don't have a lot of respect for our snowplow drivers, and we had the one that had 2 accidents within, an hour, if I remember right. How is that affecting our insurance?
Not related to the highway cost center, generated from there. Insurance premiums, though, that's where that comes in. And it really only affects our insurance if it's our drivers that caused it. So those accidents were largely caused by other drivers, so no fiscal impact for the county.
And
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still not a good thing, but I mean, I look at things from a financial standpoint.
And I think we've been fortunate, Robbie, that despite the accidents we've had with our plows, there weren't any really major injuries. Is that correct?
There were injuries. In particular, last year where we've had fatalities on the freeway in the last 5 years involving our snow plow apparatus. So we've had significant injuries in the recent past. Last year, we didn't have what I would say, significant injuries, but there were some minor injuries.
Yeah, for our drivers, some of them were injured. I mean, when you're struck by a vehicle, rear-ended by a truck that's traveling 50 miles an hour, I mean, you get some injuries from that. The driver of the truck is seeing much worse injuries, but our employees were fairly minor compared to those. So the cost center of the highway. So the other thing that I have to point out for you is on the net wages and fringes, and you can't see it, but it's in here, and I want to make sure I point it out for you. Net wages and fringes are going from $8.5 million to $8.8 million, so almost a $300,000 increase. So we've done something different here. We typically haven't done this, but we're building it into the budget. There is a 2-step increase in the highway department. So I want you to understand that. So approving this budget approves 2 steps for the highway department. Typically, we've done it as a separate resolution. If you think back, clerk of courts about a year ago. We've done it for the sheriff's department. We've done it in other departments. When we get compression issues, when we get challenging issues of filling positions, we've adjusted wages in order to combat that. So we've had about 25% turnover in the last 2 years in the highway department. So what we're seeing is it's not just the retirements. We're seeing some of the younger drivers, they come, they work for a little while, then they go back to construction because the wages are so much higher. Benefits aren't as good, but the wages are higher there. So what we're trying to do is to be competitive, to retain the drivers that we have. A well-trained workforce is going to provide you a better end product than a lot of rookies on there. So we want to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to retain the staff that we have and attract staff to fill these positions. So I just want to be fully open, and so you fully know approval of this budget is improving a 2-step increase for everyone within the highway department. I'll pause for a second to see if there was any questions on that. Okay. The second part of highway then is what I talked about of how we fund them, that we're really only covering 40% of their wage and benefit increases. And they've been balancing their budget then on the back of reduced construction projects. They have increased maintenance, they have increased labor, they'll reduce their construction and maintenance projects to make sure that they stay balanced. And Robbie does an excellent job with that. But it's becoming more and more difficult. Their other revenue source is the vehicle registration fee. If we go back to the finance. So this chart that the finance department did shows the sales tax. And we're all happy with that increasing sales tax. That really helps a lot of things in the county. The orange line here is the vehicle registration fee. You see that flat line for the last 20 years? That's where the road maintenance is coming from. So that orange line represents about $800,000. That's the $10 per vehicle registration fee that we currently have. I really believe it's time that we take a serious consideration of increasing that. I have not proposed that increase within this budget. It's really not directly tied to the budget. Approving the budget can't increase the vehicle registration fee. You have to take separate action on that in order to do so. But what I'm telling you is that the road maintenance is going to get less and less to do so. As Supervisor Anderson said, he's not concerned about the road conditions as long as it's safe, but it's going to be safe, so you do want to be concerned about the road conditions. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. And so I'm going to throw out to the group, is that something that you're willing to consider? Supervisor Tino, it's your committee.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to propose going forward, and you all know my position over the last 4 years. Some of you haven't been here quite that long, regarding the vehicle registration fee. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to propose that we have a survey of the board right now for a $5 increase on that yearly, and also a $10 increase. So we can go back to committee and say, yes, there's an interest in that, and we have the support of the board, or no. But I want to reiterate, we keep canceling. Robbie, you can testify to this. We keep canceling projects to balance that budget. And if you look at the operating expenses or revenue over the time, it's been fairly flat, plus the registration fee. I think I'm going to take a lot of flack for this position, but I'm not here to win friends and influence people. I am technically here right now just to gauge the support of the board going forward. So I wanted to thank you for your time, and I would ask for just a show of hands.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Hanson has a question.
No, I know how much courage it took for you to come up with this, being you. We've needed to increase the
vehicle registration fee.
Yes, vehicle registration
fee. The WT. I think we should we've needed to do this for 10 years, and it's a heck of a good idea, and I think we should tax the one in the trunk too. So.
That was a joke.
Could the administrator tell us roughly how much money that would take in at the different levels that were just suggested by Supervisor Attino?
Yep, a $5 increase in the vehicle registration fee. So currently we collect $800,000 with a $10 fee, so a $5 increase would be an additional $400,000, and a $10 increase would be an additional $800,000. Supervisor Van Sumeren.
I think one other thing as we consider this we need to keep in mind is that in the survey that was done last year, one of the top priorities is safe roads. And to keep them safe, we have to maintain them, and to maintain them, we need cash. So I would suggest going for the top for the $10.
Supervisor Carlson.
You mentioned that projects were canceled, what was the amount of money that those projects that were canceled, what numbers are we talking about, dollar-wise?
Sure. So when we say canceled, I always say it's not really canceled because it doesn't make them go away. We just delay them. And unfortunately, in this climate, when we delay a project right now, we're looking at about 5%. A couple good examples from this year, and a lot of it ties to winter. I know we had a good discussion about winter at the last meeting. That's how I balance it. We optimize and say this is what the average is going to be. Well, we haven't had an average winter recently, so what we do is we always put forth a construction project that we're going to hold till the end that we cut back. Typically, 400,000 to 500,000. Last year we cut 2 because we simply had such a bad winter. We were in a position we had to. This winter has been no different. We are already 150,000 over our winter maintenance budget that we set every year. Now, you guys rely on me to balance that. I'm not coming back at the end of the year and saying I need more money. We did cut 2 projects this year to make sure we did that. The challenge is last year we had a 20% increase in hot mix. I don't know that until March. So the construction is the only real tool we have to balance our budget because we're going to plow the snow. We're going to fill the potholes. We're going to make sure your shoulders are safe. We're going to do all those things because we have to. We don't really have a choice. Well, the only option we do have is to cut back on construction. And what I can also tell you is right now we're doing intersection control evaluations on 4 separate intersections across the county. We have done a very good job, and I'm going to give our department some credit here, of finding federal dollars. County Highway F, scheduled for next year, over $2 million in federal funds. County Highway Double D, done this year, $1 million in federal funds. A and McCutcheon, a roundabout for next year, over $1 million in federal funds. What I can tell you is I can't keep promising that we're going to find that because other counties are getting good at this game as well. But what I can tell you is we will keep innovating. We will keep looking for those angles, and I promise we'll always chase that federal money. But right now we got I&E, A and K, the County Highway A corridor all along to Richmond. These are intersections where we're starting to see stress. And I'll be honest with you, I'm sick of chasing accidents. I want to start preventing them. So that's what we're looking to do.
To respond to Supervisor Ratino's request, why don't I phrase it this way? Let's have a show of hands for those who would support up to a $10 increase, depending on how the Transportation Committee evaluates it in some detail and comes back to us with their recommendation. If that's satisfactory with Supervisor Ratino, okay. Looks like it's a very substantial majority that would support that. Okay. Supervisor Osnes.
Just, Robbie, for some supervisors, they may not know, you guys are working on the county roads, we work on the state roads, and we also are helping some of our townships out, correct?
Correct. We're not a unique county.
Elaborate on that end of it?
Sure. When Ken mentions the pass-through, so we are a unique state, so we're the only state in the country that the counties perform maintenance for the state highway system. So we work together with the state highway system. Those are separate, those are pass-through. When you look at our budget, as I said, most of it is we do the work, we get paid for it. We're also unique in which 16 of the 21 towns within the county rely on us for everything, but we don't use them to subsidize the county system, or we don't subsidize the town system. Those maintenance arms are separate, but it is an efficient form of government because we can bring to bear more resources and efficiently provide that maintenance because of those resources. So.
Supervisor Anderson.
I kind of want to go I appreciate the vehicle registration fee. I guess I'll say that since Supervisor Ratino is willing to also. Needs to go up. I would more prefer a $5 method, and then we budget into the KIP, kind of like we did with the battery replacement every year, a certain amount, or squad cars, like a certain amount just goes through the KIP for road maintenance.
Yeah, the county board does have the ability, anytime we look at our reallocating fund balance, you can reallocate that to the highway department. It's come up in discussion briefly. Probably didn't get any extra money, but it has been discussed.
I guess I'm just getting at if we schedule it and it's kind of just something that's expected, like needs to be done, like squad cars and the radio batteries and whatever, we can minimize the increase in the vehicle registration fee while still servicing the roads properly.
Yep. It's all about prioritizing. You tell me where the priorities are, and we will allocate the dollars to that.
Supervisor Hanson.
The cost of roads is so much more expensive than most things that are in the KIP on a regular basis and ongoing. And with the movement towards electric cars and gas tax going down on a steady basis, to put the road maintenance on the KIP is to take money away from everything else that we have to maintain. The idea behind having road maintenance as the vehicle tax, what do you want to call that?
Registration fee.
Vehicle registration tax.
Fee.
Fee?
It's not a tax.
It's a user fee. It's a user fee. The people that use the roads are going to pay for the roads. The people that don't use the roads are going to not pay for the roads, kind of replacing the gas tax. It's probably more appropriate, and it preserves the funding mechanisms that we have in place. Taking the funding mechanisms away to pay for road maintenance is to unbalance the way we're doing things now. So I would vastly prefer to increase the vehicle wheel tax. Thank you.
All right, I think we have some direction for the transportation chair, Otino. So he will take that up into consideration. So that doesn't have an immediate budgetary impact. It actually takes months for that to be implemented. And we will just capture that in the next budget cycle, whatever you end up deciding on that. Any other questions on the transportation highway department budget?
Thank you. And thanks to the board for the show of support. Appreciate it. And we'll come back to you at a full county board meeting.
All right. Since lunch isn't here yet, we'll move into Health and Human Services. So starting on tab 21, page 193, this first page is the summary of all of the divisions. I guess I can ask you whether you want to go through these as a summary or if you want to break it out division by division. You have a summary?
I mean, I guess if there's new positions that are obvious, highlight those, but yes, summary.
Yeah. Children's Services, maybe I'll hit that one separately because that's where maybe the bigger changes were. A lot of the other ones, you may see some costs shift back and forth in between divisions, but overall, they're relatively unchanged. General property tax for Health and Human Services, the 225 fund overall, went from 7.8 million to 8.3 million, so about $400,000 increase there. If we look at purchase services, or no, that's human services, that's the grants coming in. If we look at the net wages and fringes, they go from 16.4 million to 18.4 million. So that's about $800,000 increase. That's more than the tax levy. If you remember, Health and Human Services has a lot of other revenue sources. General property taxes are only about a third of their revenue source. They get a lot of grants. They have some charges for services. And so they're able to recoup some of their costs in other ways. So some of the positions that they've added have been recouped from those other methods. If we look at their expenses, the one that I wanted to point out was purchase services, because that's the biggest expense that they have. Their purchase services are went from 6.4 million to 6.5 million. We're probably cutting this a little close. They had asked for a 6.9 million, and considering through September we were already at 5.7 million, they probably were justified in asking for that much. Purchase services can fluctuate a bit from year to year. This year seems to be a particularly bad year. A lot of those services are related to court order for children. that may have special needs. So there are services that we send out of state because that's the nearest place they can get the right service. And those services can be very expensive. These are things that are completely beyond our control. There's no revenue source that's going to pay us back. The state tells us this is our responsibility for them. We're a child of the state. We do what we're told. And they tell us that we will cover all of the expenses that they have. And if a judge orders it, so be it. It is going to be done. So that's where a lot of these services come from. But this is one of the bigger cost pressures that we see within Health and Human Services. I will jump down then to Children's Services. Skipping over some of the other ones. All right, so Children's Services starting on page 212. So they went from 3.3 million in property taxes up to just under 3.6 million. So this is one of the ones where we're seeing that larger increase. And they had several new positions added to them. If we look at their net wages and fringes, they went from 4.2 million up to 4.487 million. So you can see there's over a $200,000 increase. Several new positions went into Children's Services. And again, this is where we see cost pressures. As we see those pressures come on, we try to address those. They were within the top 10 priorities addressing Children's Services demands. And so we were able to accommodate this in the budget. And again, it was only because of all the additional revenues that we got that we were able to do some of the things with this budget that we haven't been able to do over the last couple of years. But that's where the expense is coming from. You have any questions on that? And purchase service, what I was just mentioning, I talked about purchase service as a whole for HHS. If you look at Children's Services purchase service, they're about $2.5 million. Through September of 25th of this year, we'd already spent $2.7 million. They were budgeted for $2.2 million. So you can see we're already $500,000 over budget this year on this. And I only increased it to $2.5 million. Really, my hope is that this year is an anomaly, and it'll get back down closer to where it was in the prior years. But if not, this will be an area that we'll end up having to address next year. I'm getting awful hungry there, Christine. Oh, it's here. All right. Well, then I think that would be a fine time if you wanted to take a break now, because we'll move on to the healthcare campus next.
Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll take, Chris, do you have any guidance on where the pizza is? Or? It's coming in. Okay, it's coming in. Okay, well, I think we'll continue as a working meeting, so we'll give everybody 20 minutes or so to get their food and whatever, and we'll try to continue at about 12:20, depending on how we're situated.
I think it's just because I stopped talking for a while.
Oh, you were just spitting.
Less hot air coming out.
If we could all return to our seats, we'll try to wrap things up, at least with the budget presentations in the next 20 minutes or so. And then if we have further questions or any other activities, that would follow. But I know a lot of people have mid-afternoon engagements that they have to get to. So if we could move right along, that would be great. But please feel free to ask questions if you've got them. Mr. Administrator.
Yep, I did want to go back to one position within, it's behavioral health position. It's a social worker embedded in children's services. So children's services is where a lot of that need is. That position is funded in this budget with opioid funds. So the second wave of opioid funds, we have not seen that final dollar amount. We have a really good estimate that it'll be spread over 10 years. It'll be about $100,000 a year, which would fund that social worker position. So I just wanted to link those two, that position is linked to that second group of opioid funds that are coming in. So you understood the revenue source tied to the expense on that one. Going then to the healthcare campus. So this is the summary page of the healthcare campus. General property taxes are 0. So the healthcare campus we look at from an operational standpoint. We do not look at the debt service related to the construction of that facility within their budget. We only look at the operational part of it. From their operational part, they generate more revenues than expenses. They've actually been doing a very good job since the remodel of maintaining that. So if you see this negative fund balance applied, this is the amount of revenues and excessive expenses that we expect them to see. So for 2024, we're estimating about $300,000 more in revenues than expenses. So with that said, I don't think there's a lot within the healthcare campus to review. So I'll move on from the healthcare campus, unless you did have a specific question about the operations there. Yeah, so the question Supervisor Hanson had was about Kitty Roads. So Kitty Roads is the dementia wing of the healthcare. It's a 10-bed facility. We have not had enough staff to staff that. With the staffing challenges we've had, we've prioritized the other parts of the healthcare campus to staff. So we've decreased our expectation of being able to fill that, but if we do fill it, the revenues that they generate would cover the expenses, so we would ramp up. And Sandy, the health campus administrator, does an excellent job of that ramping. So when staff is able to come up, she can handle more beds. And if the bed count drops, she decreases the staffing to match that. And that's why we've consistently been able to keep them in an operating plus standpoint. All right. So the last one within the Health and Human Services jurisdiction is Veteran Services. General property taxes are up about $3,000. Their net wages and fringes are about up by $3,000. That explains it. Veteran Services, very small, very important department for the clients that they serve, and Phil does an excellent job with them. So again, I will move on quickly from Veteran Services unless there was any questions. All right. I'll turn it back over to Chuck, and he will pick up with the Register of Deeds.
I'm going to do more of a high level, just kind of explain a few things within each one so we can move along. General property taxes is negative because they have their own revenue, and it's at $86K a reduction, and that's mostly because of the housing market and people not refinancing and that type of thing. let's see. 12K of it is for the step increase, another 27K for wages increase is for the medical and dental insurance. And then as we go down to the operating expenses, it dropped by 4.5K. And that is from software and subscription reducing. Oh, okay. Okay, in the parks? Parks increased by 75K for the general property taxes. 27K of that was for salary step increase. Additional 5.5K is for the just health insurance, which is consistent. Staff development, we're operating 335 to 354. Basically, most of this is just inflationary pressures, and it's pretty much flat. Any questions on that? Resource land and water conservation. Okay. When some of these grants didn't continue, so they expired, and that explains why in the state conservation and in development grants, that's a big deduction on that. Wages is fringe, by up $9,000, and 10 of that is health insurance. And there's a big, because of the grants expiring, there's a big reduction in cost sharing. Okay, on to planning. This is the land record retained fees is dropped 80,000, and that's a pass through from Register for Deeds. 64 for net wages and 23, 64 flat. 167 in operating, down to 114. And that is from mapping services. That grant expired. If I'm going too fast, slow me down. Okay, zoning was 1.6, went up to 1.7. Increase in zoning permits and fees. You go down to net wages and fringes, 1.6 to 1.681, and you'll see that's health insurance, and that's also the step increase in salaries. Operating expenses, 2.2, and it went up $27,000. And that's pretty much inflationary. There's nothing that really sticks out. recycling and budget went down like $13,000. Salaries and wages went up $5,000, which is again, health insurance and the step increase. Okay. Operating was 141, went down to 126. And looks like they reduced postage from $10,000 to $2,500. And other grants and contributions, as the grants expired, 101 to 96. Any questions on that? Hazard waste. The revenue budget went down by $13,000. This also has got to do with grants. Other professional services went down $5,000. UW extension. It's consistent from prior year's budget. And there was really no changes on that budget. Library funding. This is all the detail behind the 1.6 million that went up $600,000, and it's got to do with the change in the joint library.
We just highlight that Hudson.
It's here. Yeah, 506,000 for Hudson. Questions on that? No? And this next sheet is all the detail behind those numbers, the summary numbers. Library budget overview. I think we talked about that a bit. Went down from 1.1 to 1.7. Fairgrounds, and we $80,000. The budget hasn't changed on that. It's the allocation to support the fairgrounds. Economic development. Budget went down slightly, and the other grants was the same. Any questions on that? Go ahead.
It went down slightly. Who requested that it go down, or why did it go down?
So it went down by the $1,500 allocation to Momentum West. And so I'm recommending that we don't have a membership from Momentum West. Basically, because my 8 years here, I've never had any communication with them. But the other reason is with the BEAD grant that came out this year, they would give an additional 10% of the Regional Economic Development Group would sponsor that. And ours was only one of 2 regional groups that declined to work with the state on the BEAD grant. Yep.
Next up is the KIP plan has been approved. Any questions on that? And that should be it.
And the last one then was the debt service. So you can see the $400,000 of fund balance applied. That's the $900,000 that was allocated out of fund balance. We're going to use $400,000 in 2024 and then $250,000 in each of the years 25 and 26, and that'll flatten that debt off. It'll cut the top right off of our debt schedule, so it'll stay at 10.5 million without any increases. Supervisor Burning.
On those 2 years,
Yep.
do the next county boards have to vote on allocating those dollars?
They would, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I just want to make sure on that.
Yep, we have a plan, so, but they do. All right, and that wraps up the presentation.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Administrator, and Chuck, for the very thoughtful efforts out of the staff in putting all this together. We've had thoughtful discussion. At this point, are there any further questions or suggestions or other actions for the administrator and our committee of the whole? Supervisor Burning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So prior to talking about this budget, we spoke about the sales tax policy. And I would make a recommendation, and I'm hoping this board will follow suit. We made a pitch to the public that we needed law enforcement, and we needed it now, and we needed it at the tune of $3.5 million. That need, I don't believe, has gone away, and I think we have underfunded what we need to get the sheriff's office to be at safe levels for our community. I'm going to make the suggestion that we add the $750 out of and allocate it out of that estimated sales tax revenue into the budget for the sheriff to be able to hire 4 more deputies and outfit them to protect us. 5 more.
4 patrol, 1 investigator is 5 deputies. If that's what you want, if you want something less, it's about $150,000 per deputy.
I'm asking for 4 deputies to help.
600 then is what
600,000 is what I'm asking for, and I'm asking for this. And this is something I'm not fighting any of the other stuff on this budget. There's plenty of things that I want to take to task, but I feel that this is important enough where I am willing to vote no on the budget if we cannot find a way to do this. So I'll vote for even Otino's, I'm giving away my hand here, but I'll vote for the sorry, I got to call it a wheel tax. The $5 wheel tax if we're able to get this through as a policy on this board.
I think at this point, Supervisor Burning was just suggesting what he'd like to say. See, Supervisor Hanson raised his hand, and we can also take formal actions in a moment, but Supervisor Hanson.
Sure, and as long as that's conversation, I'm just going to offer a counterpoint to that. My opinion, a better course of action would be to go back to referendum. It's a topic that the public, we can bring it back to them as another opportunity to support law enforcement as a community. They said that they don't want to add to their tax burden for law enforcement, but the community is used to the service level that they receive from St. Croix County. If we do not take care of the county, the way that we've been taking care of it, our infrastructure, the services that we offer, if we take money out of our KIP, we will be reverting, we'll be going backwards, we'll be eating our seed corn, so to speak. It'll be better to let the public add to the level of public protection and participate in making that decision.
Supervisor Shirley.
I just don't know how we can ask for a referendum, ask the public for more funding when we have the funding. It just doesn't make any sense. Like we said before, sales tax, we're historically at 1.8, 1.7, 1.9, even close to 2 million excess every single year. So what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion, suggestion, I don't know what we're doing here. Motion? Motion to recommend to ourselves. For 4 officers, so 600,000 for that. I would like to see an additional 200,000 for debt service, so a total of 800,000 out of or bump up our sales tax estimate, take that out, and fund that appropriately. Will not only pay down the debt service, that will help with the overage in what we're asking the public to fund in this budget, but we'll also get those 4 officers in there for something that we overestimate all the time. It's always there. And if we don't, we still have plenty of a fund balance to cover if we have a drop in a year.
I would like a point of inquiry. I'd like a clarification on the motion, please.
Sure. I would like to see our sales tax estimate increased by 800,000. 600,000 of that would then go to the sheriff's office to fund 4 officers. $200,000 would go to debt service.
Discussion.
Is there a second?
Supervisor Hanson.
I would offer an amendment, and I would amend this to be recommended to the administration committee to turn it into a referendum in the next appropriate election. And I'll, after we get a second, then I'll make a case for that.
Is there a second to the amendment offered by Supervisor Hanson?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Leaf, which basically turns the amendment that Supervisor Shirley offered into a referral to the admin committee to come back to us with a recommendation that we have a referendum for exactly the same thing, which would probably occur in April of next year.
So we have a brand new war in the Middle East that came up within the last several days. We don't know what the economy is going to do, and we can't rely on sales tax. Sales tax is chicken in the bush. So we are talking about something that we do not have.
Administrator.
Yeah, regarding the request for a referendum, I believe in this last budget there was an amendment or a change in the state law that does not allow municipalities or counties to do advisory referendums. So you have the ability to budget the way you want to. You can't go to the public and ask them what should we do, because you already have the authority to do it. You just have to decide. So we can verify that. It's a relatively new law, but I just wanted to put that out there that it may not be legal for us to do that action any longer.
Supervisor Carlson, then Supervisor Anderson.
Well, there we go. I have no hope that a referendum would pass. Everybody that I talked to in the feedback I got, yes, need increased law enforcement, but that you guys have plenty of money, do the hard work. I have a feeling the next referendum will spend money and time on a referendum. I hope
Supervisor Burning. Supervisor Anderson, is okay for Supervisor Burning to, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so just to counter the logic in putting forth an operational referendum in front of the people to make a decision on an operational policy that we should be deciding on, if we're going to look at it from that perspective, I think we should look at it from the perspective of, we tried it that way. They came back with exactly what Supervisor Carlson said. Let's try it the opposite way. Let's go to them and say, hey, do you guys want newer buildings, or do you need siding on these buildings? And I'm not saying that's not important, but I think for us to have to put public safety in front of them and make our public do the job that we were sent here to do, I think that is a disservice to the people that elected us. And I also believe that if we're going to do that, we should be putting operational referendum, or not, capital improvement referendums in front of them, instead of taxing them for operations and then turning around and asking them for more money for operations because we're using the money that we already taxed them on operations to use for capital improvements. So I would say this amendment, I'm going to vote against it, and I'm going to push very hard that the original motion that Supervisor Shirley made is seen in the budget.
I think I want to speak after the amendment is determined.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah.
Supervisor Hanson.
I remember the legislature making that law, so I think the amendment is moot because it's illegal. So I think we should just forget the amendment because it's not possible anyway.
What?
Well, I have to because it's illegal.
So I think the referendum you determined though would raise like the base level of property taxes, which is binding. Is my understanding. I may be incorrect, but it wouldn't be a guiding referendum. It would be binding. It would raise the property tax level. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe Supervisor Hanson's motion was for an advisory referendum. Yeah. Were you asking for a referendum to authorize additional public safety like we had done last year?
Right, it would be the same as last year, but here's the point. The other point that I'm trying to make is that we, in saying that we want to take sales tax money for this, it's kind of a problem too because we have. Well, let's go ahead and dispatch this. I'm going to withdraw the amendment because we can't do an advisory referendum. So now I'd like to speak to this main motion, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Could I clarify the advisory referendum?
Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
The Administrator.
So an advisory referendum, I believe, is what the state law has changed. It's not allowed. The referendum that allows us to increase our tax levy is still allowed, and if that was the motion, that would still be allowed. Although I will say that just overall in this whole subject matter, once you get past the original motion, one of the goals of the county administrator is to come up with a public safety plan. So if you don't solve it here today, don't feel bad. We are going to work on this over the next year. So we will continue to work on it.
Supervisor Hanson, would you like to make your referendum one that is binding? And apparently it can't be advisory. So would you like to leave your amendment on the floor as a binding suggestion or withdraw it?
No, I'm withdrawing it because I wanted to go with advisory, but I also, if I could make just 2 quick points. One, I'd like to let the administrator do his job, and 2, to use sales tax right now with the economy. I believe the economy is about to take a hit because of this new war, and I'm uncomfortable relying on sales tax at this moment in time. I think we're looking at possibly another 08 kind of economy. They're just my opinion. I've got a gut feeling.
We've had good discussion on the issue now and earlier in the meeting. Are there any other suggestions, comments, or are we prepared for a vote? Supervisor Anderson.
I think I'm okay with, or I fully support the 4 additional deputies. I don't want to commit ourselves to $200,000 in debt service when that's something that would have a similar impact just a year later when we know we have the money for something like that.
Is that an amendment?
Yeah, I'll amend it to strike the $200,000 in debt service.
Second.
Supervisor Shirley.
I would fully support that. If we want to move forward on the 4 officers of $600,000, striking the 200 in debt service, I fully support that. We can take care of that later. Ken can come back to us with that, and we can figure that out at a later date.
Okay, I think there's probably consensus on what Supervisor Shirley is trying to do based on the advice he's gotten from other supervisors, and that is that he's got a motion on the floor that effectively would spend $600,000 of the sales tax money on 4 officers, period. And there's no amendments pending and no further discussion that I can tell. Supervisor Cook.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to thank the administrator for his explanation about the policy that has been in place for a while. I think that we hire an administrator with a professional background to give us advice. Obviously, we're responsible for policy, and that's why we're having this conversation. But the outcomes of the policy to this point has been successful for this county. We've been able to maintain our facilities. We have the lowest mill rate in 50 years. and we have a new building. We have all these things that are really positive. We have a great bond rating. So I think that there's a lot of unknowns in the future, and so I think this policy is a smart decision to continue to move forward with. I don't support taking funds from the sales tax. We really don't know what's going to happen. I would prefer to budget on a more conservative basis, keep the policy that we have now, and I would support going back to the public and asking for a referendum for these 4 officers. I think public safety is important. This will give the public a chance for us to tell us that they also think it's important and enough to spend their tax dollars on. And also, we do a lot of things. And so I just want to make sure that we're proceeding in a way that is fiscally conservative and make sure that we have a healthy environment for the county moving forward.
Supervisor Chairman Long.
Yeah, I totally agree with the need for additional deputies in public safety. There's no question in my mind. However, I'm a little uncomfortable with using sales tax to fund those positions. I think that the policy that we've been using by Administrator Witt has worked quite well, not knowing what those dollars are going to be. I can't help but think that there are other ways that we can more pragmatically fund these additional deputies, and I would suggest that we leave it to our county administrator to determine the best approach on that so that we can continue to beef up our public safety, but do it in a very fiscally responsible way.
Supervisor Shirley, and then followed by Supervisor Telejohn.
Just one quick comment. When Ken was pointing out earlier the communities that would see the increase the highest, it was mine. And I will tell you that in Richmond, they have moved to a policy of assessing properties annually. So last year, personally, I had an 18% property tax increase. The year before that, I had a 15%. I'm sure we'll be over 10% again this year. And for the city of Richmond, that's hard. So if we go to them saying that we want to pass this budget and we have the money to give them more resources that they need for the sheriff's office and we're not providing it, what are we doing?
I agree with Chairman Long with his perspective on it also. I mean, if next year, if our sales tax goes down, are we going to defund those 4 deputies and fire them? I mean, we don't know what the future is going to bring. I think we should, I like being fiscally conservative with the plan that Mr. Witt has come up with. And I think that's the way we should go with, instead of pulling money out of a sales tax fund that we don't know what's going to be there.
Supervisor Carlson.
I agree with Supervisor Burning, and everybody seems to agree we need more officers. However we fund 4 new officers, if we do it by sales tax or another way, I think I'll stand with Supervisor Burning, and I'll vote no if we don't fund somehow 4 officers in this budget cycle.
If there's no other discussion, are we prepared to vote? If we are, the motion on the floor is to expend $600,000 on 4 No, we have no amendment. We got the main motion is pending. The main motion is pending. And that's the Shirley motion for $600,000 to be allocated for 4 officers for the sheriff. So a yes vote would support the Shirley amendment. No vote basically status quo on the way we utilize sales tax dollars. So I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Altino.
Yes.
Vice Chair Fiedler. No. Supervisor Leaf.
No.
Supervisor Lind.
Yes.
Supervisor Cook.
No.
Supervisor Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Long.
No.
Supervisor Adams.
Yes.
Supervisor Burning,
Yes.
Supervisor Osnes. Supervisor Ramberg is absent. Supervisor Van Summeren,
No.
Supervisor Carlson,
Yes.
Supervisor Telejohn,
No.
Supervisor Hanson,
No.
Supervisor Counter,
Yes.
Supervisor Shirley,
Yes.
Supervisor Barkalow,
Yes.
Supervisor Swanepoel.
No.
Okay, the vote is 10-8, the motion's adopted. Are there any further motions that we want to consider on the budget for next year? If not, I don't think we need any final motions to agree to that budget at this point.
Yeah,
We've
no,
considered everything.
Based upon your recommendation to yourself, I will go in and I will alter the budget. That's awesome. So that the budget that you have at the November 7th public hearing will include the additional $600,000 and 4 deputies.
At this point, we've completed our business items, and we'd move to requests for future agenda items. I see none. I know we have no announcements and correspondence, so that's done. So at this point, thank you all for your participation. Very thoughtful, very civil, very organized, and appreciate all your input, and we are adjourned.